Greetings, everybody. My name is CoinStamp. Most people call me Coin, and welcome to another episode of The Legend of Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom. I caught myself this time. How are we all doing today? Both in body and in mind. I hope well. I'm doing okay. This is day number 1 of me being here by myself at my own home. So I get to do things how I want within reason. Obviously, not the air conditioner, but that's neither here nor there. Anyway, before we get started, I have got to read off all of our lovely senators and retainers and so on. Thank you to Mr. Brightwell for the tier 1, and thank you again to Michael DS and Mr. Rowan Darcy for the Twitch Prime Gaming subs. Please enjoy all the benefits that come along with that. I don't have any patrons, but I will thank people for having used it in the past. Additionally, I would like to welcome our newest Valkyrie tier member. Welcome to Mr. Rasby. That's the $5. That is the $5 coffee tier, by the way. The Patreon tiers are also priced the same way, 1, 3, and 5. So enjoy the benefits of that, sir, and I hope to be able to get right back on top of those Patreon and coffee videos real soon. And while I don't have any one-off donations, I would like to thank folks for having donated in the past. Much appreciated on that. Now, let's wink out a couple of things, and which hotkey was this again? This was... Oh, I don't know if I set up a hotkey for that. I actually think I didn't. I had one set up at one point, but that is gone. So what I've decided is that in the lookout, or wow, actually, I hope everything is visible. I hope this is light enough for you guys to see my face. I don't have an air conditioner. It's hot. Running the light makes the heat like turn up that much more. I don't want to do that if I can at all help it. But anyway, last time on Tears of the Kingdom, let me swap here. Last time we actually left the Great Sky Island. Then we came down onto Lookout Landing. We took a look around. We had to kind of make our way there. from the Mabe village ruins. We did. We went to the landing. We were told, hey, you should definitely go over to a Hyrule castle, talk to Captain Hoz, and find Zelda. Well, Zelda found us. And now we kind of have to keep going. Also, we turned in the Master Sword, so it's no longer with us. So we're back to the... We are very much back to the, you know, the way things were in Breath of the Wild, where the Master Sword was kind of nowhere to be seen. Along the way, though, we did end up, you know, even completing a side quest. We turned in an apple and got a reward for it. I'm going to bump up that lighting just a little bit. Just a little. Bookkeeping. I'm still figuring out whether I want to stream in the morning or in the evening for Friday. You guys will have the update on that as soon as I have figured it out. Outside of that, I fixed YouTube. I specifically fixed my chat pop-up problem, so now I should be able to target a message and send it to YouTube. So let's do that real quick. Interesting. It popped up there, but it didn't actually pop up where it should have. I'm gonna hope other messages. Oh, it's right up there in the upper right hand corner. Okay, we have done that. I don't want to wait too long before we go and grab the Korok seeds that are on Great Sky Island, but I want us to at least get the tower first and actually get on the quest about the regional phenomena. Once we do that, the world should basically be open to us. Let's do that real quick. If I put this here, and then that goes there. No, that's not quite it. That should do it. Hey, Link, you all set? I just wrapped up here myself. The travel point is working fine now, or it will be once you do your part.
Hey!
We're ready, Joshua. Pull the switch.
Hey!
Okay. All the Skyview towers have now been activated.
Yeah.
Okay, Link, your turn. Go hold the Purah pad over that terminal. Yay for teleportation. We didn't even have to rest. I thought we had to rest. We did not need to rest. That was if you need your health back or something, you know, you could do that. All right, the Skyview Tower is now active on your map. That means you can use this travel point to get here at any time, instantly. The same is true for every Skyview Tower you add to your Purah pad. Impressive, right? But Skyview Towers are about more than just traveling quickly. Their primary function is to survey the area, or more simply put, make a map. The Purah pad works with the Skyview Tower and scans the topography directly onto the map. Pretty great, Only thing is, you need a paraglider when you're scanning. It takes a lot of skill, and nobody here had what it takes. To be honest, that's why we haven't tested this out yet. We needed you. Which brings us to this. Da 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 da! This item, given to you by Purah, lets you ride the wind and glide through the sky. Press X in midair to activate it. Right, it's showtime. Let's start with a test scan. Now, it's time for our very first test launch. I mean, our first test. Just step over there into the circle. And why did you feel... Hold on. Oh, you thought you could slip by the fact that you hadn't even tested the mechanism yet. No. No, honey, you don't get to do that. Sorry. And find me afterward, into the circle. And find me afterwards, all right? I'll be observing from the research lab. Did you make a mini-game out of this?
Yeah.
When the test scan is over, we'll have a final briefing on the search for Princess Zelda. And I'll also need to update your map with the places where the upheaval has wreaked the most havoc. It's the extremes, isn't it? It's the other tribes. Best of luck. You know, the Zora, the Rito, and so on. What the... Oh my god. That was a good segment. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, I should. Sorry, I got caught up in a pretty good fit of laughter there. Let's just dive right on over, right up here. All right. Welcome back. That was some good gliding up there, Link. I expected nothing less. So how did it go? Did you get a proper map scan? Good. That map is crucial to our search. There are Skyview towers in every region of the world. You'll want to make a point of visiting them all.
Yes.
Right. Let's talk about the upheaval. It's affected more than just the castle. Reports of other strange phenomena have been coming in from all over Hyrule. Let's take a look at your map. Yeah. The first report comes from Hebra to the northwest. Next up is Eldin to the northeast. The Gerudo reporting trouble in the southwest. And finally, there's Lanayru to the east. The strange phenomena are concentrated in these four regions, aka the other tribes of Hyrule, which is what I thought would probably be the case. I can't say for certain, but I've got the nagging suspicion that we might find out more about Princess Zelda by looking into these phenomena. Hey Doc, I don't know if this is helpful, but I heard something weird the other day. It was about someone who might have seen Princess Zelda at Rito Village over in Hebra recently. That is pretty weird, yeah. Generally speaking, I don't put much stock in hearsay. But this does sound like it's worth looking into. Oh, and before I forget, Link, we've asked the Lucky Clover Gazette to help us in the search for Princess Zelda. There's nobody who knows more about the goings-on in Hyrule than them. You can find them near the entrance to Rito Village. If you do go there, you should speak with the editor. I'm sure she could help out in some way, too. Oh, Tracy? You mean Tracy? You mean, you know, Zelda, being the really adept, smart woman that she is, hired Tracy to be an actual, real news journalist? Way better than what we have in the States, I might add. Yeah. That's awesome. I'll be here directing a variety of investigations into the upheaval's many chasms and new ruins. I'll also be looking into the different villages. Someone somewhere might know what's happened to the princess.
Yeah.
I'm counting on you to check out the major phenomena that are troubling the regions around Hyrule, Link. We'll find Princess Zelda, one way or another. Goggles, don't go anywhere, Joshua. Sorry, can't talk now. There's something I gotta discuss with Goggles right away about our research into the chasms. Let's talk later. Alright, but I'm gonna follow you, because I want that quest. Oh, yeah, you know what? We should probably read this. Where Princess Zelda remains, where Princess Zelda is remains a mystery. Purah said you might learn more by looking into the major phenomena that are troubling some regions. She's marked them on your map. Hyrule Castle remains strangely in the sky, though you saw someone who looked like the princess leave it, vanishing into light. Purah has directed your search for Princess Zelda into 4 regions. 4 regions that each suffer under a different strange phenomenon. Hebra, Eldin, Gerudo, and Lanayru. Joshua heard a rumor that the princess might have been seen in Rito Village off in Hebra. I like that they liked the old Purah design so much that they turned that into... Oh, she probably had a kid. Joshua has to be hers. But I'm not done yet. Yeah, I was about to say, there's no way you're Robbie's child. Ah, what a fine afternoon. Oh, it's you. You know, that Purah pad of yours may seem perfect, but it could be even more perfect. I'll need to head back to the lab when Josh has got the depths investigation sorted out. Come on, Goggles. That's what you've called him? His name is Robbie. Show him some respect. This man was responsible for minting out ancient armor, and he has now been reduced to a supervisor? Wild degradation of status. Are you even listening to me? Oh, yes. Sorry, you were saying? I was saying that I want to go investigate the depths. Look, if you're not going to listen to me, I'll go and jump into a chasm myself. No way, no how. You can't do that. The depths are far too vast for you to explore on your own, and we've only barely begun to look into them. I'd love to go gallivanting around down there too. Who knows what wonders are at the bottoms of those chasms. But no matter how wondrous they may be, it's far too dangerous for you to go. Not about to allow our young prodigy to go wandering around. Wandering around. I feel like I fused 2 words there. Somewhere so unknown, so foul. If anything were to happen to Purah's favorite student, that would explain it. Purah's favorite. Okay, sure, game. It'd be the end for me. The end. But I need more on that figure. If we have more info, then it should help us better understand the depths. What figure? Oh, Swordsman, sorry, I didn't mean to leave you out of the conversation. Hi, Joshua.
Yeah.
Let me get you up to speed. Our survey team brought back some artifacts from a journey into the depths. One of them caught my eye. This piece of slate, specifically the image depicted on it. See that figure standing on 2 legs with one arm raised up? Well, I have a theory I think it could be evidence that a mysterious people once lived in the depths. That's why I want to go down there, so I can see if there are any more depictions like this one. I want to see for myself. But Goggles here says it's too dangerous and he won't let me go. Joshua, come on now. Tell you what, I'll go down there myself and see if I can't find anything about the figure on that slate. And Link will join me. We'll start by looking for anything down there that resembles the figure on the slate. Assuming we find what we're looking for, we'll use your Purah Pad's camera to take a picture of it for Joshua. Perfect plan. You don't know about the camera? It's one of Purah Pad's basic features. With the camera, you can capture nearby scenery as an image, one that's stored in your pad there. We know. I wanted to just get him to say it. Sounds like you still have more to learn about the Purah Pad. Well then, I'll teach you how to take pictures, once we're down there anyway. There will be lots of monsters in the depths though, so I'll be counting on you to keep me safe. Let's see, I guess we should enter through the chasm to the south of Lookout Landing. I'll go on ahead. Once you're ready and raring to go, come find me there. Ta-ta! Wait, hang on. Yeah, she totally got left behind. Looks like he's gone. I'm sorry you got roped into all this, swordsman. Goggles means well, but when he wants to help me, he leaps before he looks.
Yeah.
But here, maybe this will help you out at least. Yeah, we're gonna need these. Oh, and take this too. The chasms are pretty deep, so light from the surface doesn't make it down there. It's pitch black. But if you attach a bright bloom seed to an arrow and shoot it, it'll light up the area. Definitely a useful trick down there. Okay, you'll want to head straight out of Lookout Landing's southern gate. You'll find the chasm Goggles used just outside. I don't know too much about how your camera works, but I'm counting on you to bring me that picture. Oh, and please look after Goggles for me. Swordsman? That's where I keep my research materials? I wanted them. Please, hands off, Kay. Oh, we got a new profile. Let's read the profile, everybody. A young scientist whose genius earned her the role of heading up depths research. Joshua finds it thrilling to be working with Purah, so much that she's even adopted the titular dressing style. And though she helps with various investigations into Princess Zelda's disappearance, she's glad to focus her time on the depth. Okay. Oh, hi. Sorry, I'm the type of person who values punctuality, so if you need something, come talk to me later. My boss is over in some ruins on the north side, so I need to hustle there to listen to the survey results. Hey there, Stardom. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind. And I hope you enjoy your stay. We just unlocked the regional phenomena and the depths quest, as well as the Skyview Tower. Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much for supporting me. Much appreciated. So we've made some pretty good headwinds in like the first 20 or so minutes. Now, if I look on our log here, we've got more quests. One second, though. I feel a sneeze coming. It's gonna come when I can't anticipate it. Anyway, let me just make sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is just the only new bit of text that showed up. Joshua showed you an image of a figure on a piece of slate from the depths. She thinks it's evidence of a people that once lived there. Robbie said he'd go to the depths to find her anything that shows another such figure. He wants you there to take a picture of it with the Purah Pad's camera if necessary. Join him at the chasm south of Lookout Landing. Okay. So, before we do that, we're going to go back over to the Sky Island, and we're going to go through the Room of Awakening. So you might have noticed, everyone might have noticed that I have a Korok counter, you know, underneath me. It's glowing green and the icon pulses. That is our counter, that those on Twitch. I don't have one set up for YouTube. I couldn't really figure out a way to make it work without taking a ton of extra time to uproot something. So for those on Twitch, you can increment or decrement the counter. If you type in, let me go over and type this real quick. Those two commands will increment or decrement the counter. You can also just fiddle around and type in a number. I've left that open to everybody in case they, everybody on Twitch, in case they want to help. If not, you know, I've got hotkeys, and I will press those to increment or decrement the counter accordingly. Starnim, thank you so much for wishing me success. Am I going to stream every day? Not weekends. So, Friday, I'll still be streaming, but I have to make the determination of whether I'm streaming, you know, tomorrow morning or tomorrow evening. For those that don't know, I have a air conditioning technician coming out tomorrow, and he is supposed to be here, or I should say they are supposed to be here, basically at the moment where I'm streaming, and I need to be present for every waking moment of them being here. So I cannot stream at 1 p.m. tomorrow. I have to stream either tomorrow morning, like well before people are awake, or in the evening when people have already had their dinner. Is it hot over there? It's tolerable. If you've got fans running, I would say with the air conditioning being out, my room already, or I should say my office, because I have two rooms in this house, my office and my bedroom. My office is where I do the streaming at. This room runs 2 degrees warmer than the rest of the house does if I don't have any fans running. So my house is typically kept at 75 degrees, 75 degrees Fahrenheit. My dad doesn't have great circulation, so it's kept warm for him. So I'm already dying without some kind of fan. Oh, you have to go? Have fun playing? No problem, Starnim. Thank you so much for coming in and checking in with me. I really appreciate that. Have fun. Do stay safe, my lovely senator, and I will see you around sooner rather than later. So, bookkeeping time. I have prepared some resources for everybody. I need to update the Discord channel. I have not done that yet. Sorry, tad bit behind. I've been enervated since yesterday. But basically, I have a map. I have to toggle it so that we can actually, like, look at things. And that appears to be a... Okay, I believe I got it set up. So, if for those of you on Twitch, excuse me, let me start there first. If you guys are interested in following along with all the Korok seeds that we're going to be getting, we are going to be getting all of them. You want to type !TOTK map, TOTK MAP. I'll demonstrate that right now. And for you guys on YouTube, you'll want to type in asterisk TOTK MAP. This is the object map we're going to be using in order to collect all of the Koroks. I also have other resources, but I'll go over those later. If you guys want to know more about our intentions with, you know, the series as a whole, you're more than welcome to do so. That'll be !TOTK goals, all lowercase, all one word, !TOTK goals. There is also *TOTK goals on YouTube, same deal, all lowercase, all one word, and you use a star to, I wonder, I don't think we could go through this. Yeah, we'd be diving up to eternity. What? Oh, what? What? We're gonna fall back down. But that was nice to see, I guess. Good to know that you can totally do that. And you're kind of intended to do things this way. Understood. But yeah, I'm more or less doing things this way. I'm getting the start on this early this time, as opposed to, you know, waiting until a little bit later to do that, so that, you know, we're not... Ooh, I gotta be extra careful. It has to kind of be mostly flat, it looks like. Right, what was I saying? Just drop down and swim through a continuous material up top. But I would like to not... There we go, right through here. I want to get a nice early start on this so that we're not having to, you know, wait around. And there probably is going to be some cleanup. Even with me using the map in Breath of the Wild, we still had cleanup that we had to deal with. But my hope is that the cleanup will be easier this time. It's nice to be able to glide again for what that's worth. So now, where is this one? So if I slide the coordinates, this one is 376.85, 2,460.17. And oh, hello. Negative 1,731.84. Wah. Well, I'm gonna guess that's like up here. But also, finding all these Koroks will mean that we can find a lot of chests. I'm willing to bet it's negative. Yeah, knock off. Okay. So what did we have here? It's inside the tree trunk for sure. Don't tell me it's a conditional spawn game and then say, oh, by the way, you could still go interact with it anyway. But the object map is great. Okay, let's figure out the incrementer. That will be number 4. There we go. Bye-bye. Yep, definitely bye-bye. Now our next one is not too far. We basically go up here, and there should be more fairy lights. But we might as well grab some resources while we're here. It's probably up here. Or actually, it's off at that corner. Hey there, Zane Fabian on YouTube. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well and hope you enjoy your stay. Zane Fabian asks, hello, is it your first time playing? Yes, it is. I am somewhat familiar with the game mechanics, seeing as how I have recently completed Breath of the Wild, like 100%. So... like, I kind of know what I'm doing, but I'm still getting used to the new game mechanics and where I feel like this is underneath somewhere. If I look. Yeah, it's here, but now we need to find where here is. I didn't take a good enough look at those coordinates. But how about you, Fabian? Zane Fabian, what is your level of experience with Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom or both? Are you familiar with those titles? Like, are you a veteran? Are you new to them? I'm merely curious. I always try to ask this with my audience to gauge where their level of familiarity is. Makes discussing certain things easier or harder. You're still trying to beat it, but you have played. Okay. That's the important part. I definitely want to say then that it's like back under here. You've played both Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom? Awesome. So I guess in that regard, you know, have you beaten Breath of the Wild? Like the first one? It's gotta be like in here. Let me look. 342, 280, 2387, negative 1756. Nah, that's fair. That's totally fair. I mean, the nice thing about video games is that you can play what you want with them and then move on. Yeah, there's like a certain societal pressure to beat them, but that's not really required. There are Let's Players that on YouTube that cancel Let's Plays of games all the time. One of those is a chap I follow by the name of GM Darius. That's GM_Darius. And he's canceled a number of Let's Plays over the years. Because, like, Lies of P was one of them. And I was looking forward to that one. Simply because he wasn't having any fun with Lies of P. And that's totally fair. It's a completely different, same deal with Elden Ring. Like, he just did not have fun with either of those. So eventually, after a handful or a couple handfuls of episodes, gone. That's totally fair. Where am I on our map? I wish I could, like, take coordinates at the cursor. Sorry, I'm taking a look at the object data for this particular Korok. You're a chill guy. I'd love to see more of your videos in the future, Zane Fabian says, but I need to wake up early morning, so I'll just give you a sub. Thank you. I much appreciate that. I thank you for the subscription. I hope you enjoy. I am going to be doing my best to get back into my stride on making other content, not just streams. But that kind of requires I restructure a few things. But I am going to restructure those things and get to recording more content eventually as well. But thank you so much for stopping by. I appreciate your company, and I hope to see you back sooner rather than later. Seriously, and have a good rest of your day. Rest well. And hopefully your morning goes well for you. All right, so let's make sure these coordinates are correct. I get the feeling I think I've got like 2 of them right, but getting on top of the 3rd one is rough. Okay, so 342, negative 1751. Oh, did they flip them? They flipped them. Okay. Negative 1757, 2342. What the heck? Okay. That's interesting. What gives, game? Rotate. I'm looking at this. Are there random stationary lights in the open sky? I think so. So if I look up here... That's weird. What gives? Hold on, I gotta look this up. So I will say I am gonna pull up guides for Korok seeds because I do not want to be blindsided by missing a random rock. I did this in Breath of the Wild. I'm gonna do this here as well. I just think it wastes less time this way. Here, let me have you guys listening to some ambience. Spawn room behind its leaves. Yeah, I need to look at this specific one. All right, IGN, help me out. What are you gonna? What do you have to work with? Okay, so I can look at the coordinates. It's 346. I should probably just type in the coordinates. That's gonna go a lot faster. 342, 2387, and negative 1756. It's giving me a bunch of random numbers. Okay. I wish I kind of knew what else I could use there. It's a hidden Korok for sure. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to sit here forever. I will... keep moving. I hope it's not one of those, oh, you need to collect all the other ones and then go back and do this. Looks like... Yeah, I got all that. Eventual cave... Oh, is it a cave? We got a cave? Okay. But then the height's not right. Yeah, it's like, right over here, right? Yeah, it's like, it's saying, the map is saying it is literally in the sky. That's what it's doing. I wonder if I can check mark these off. I think I can. So let's check mark it. And then that winks out. Cool. Okay. I can actually use this to, like, help me out. Yep. Mm-hmm. Okay, good. Good. So that's gonna help me clean things up a little bit easier. I just don't know what to do with this one. It's like here. It's like actually right here. Is it on top of like the tree? Maybe it is actually underneath and the coordinates are wrong? Let's just see. Dive right on through this, Link. Okay, so it's not that. There's a different room. Or else there's like a cave system that we have yet to crack open. Oh, maybe it's in the mining cave now that I think about it. You know what? Let's try something novel and not just stand there roaming around the top of an island for 5 ever. Let's actually do this. And looking at these coordinates, there are actually no coordinates. Okay. Oh, but that is just the mining cave right there. It's this. Okay, let's try to find... This is going to take us back to the temple. Really? It was here? Okay. You know what? That's par for the course. We can actually get rid of that. Okay, so now let's return here so that we can then make a decision on where we're going next. It's going to be number 4, and I'm pretty sure we have 7 of these. I'm going to double check the count to be sure, but I want to say we've got we have 7 of them. Yes, we got 7 little turd nuggets sitting in our pocket. Yes, I said turd nugget. For those that don't know, there was an interview done by 3 lead devs of Breath of the Wild, and they basically all kind of alluded to it being one big poop joke. Yep, one big poop joke. That's it. One whole solitary poop joke. 449, 1463, and then negative that much. All right. It's like over here. Basically. Ooh, but I guess I could, like, do things this way. And it looks like there might be a chest even up here. Ah, I was so hoping for one of those. Okay. We actually made it to the mining cave. It's not quite where we want to be. But it is over in the frozen land. Because if I look at this... Oh, did we already got that one. Okay, yeah, we don't need that one. It's this one here. In that case, let me wink that one out. So it won't load on the map. It's this one. And I have a pin set to where I need to go, so let's just go over there. Oh, I love this activity. I always did like flying. Okay, it's gonna be in this tree cover down here. Okay, there is a rock, and thankfully, let's have the Ultra Hand ready. Let's do it like this. Oh, being able to mark these on the map, like actually knock them out, is really nice. Now we're gonna teleport back up here, and we're going to do the same thing again, but this time on a completely different island, because that's gonna be way better. Also, I might pop out one of the little wing one of the wing devices to get us moving faster. Oh yeah, and I'm gonna make more liberal use of teleporting this time to kind of like help ease us into things. We're gonna move this little wing device over here. Right over here, like so. And I believe this one is in here. And how many more pins do we have? We have 300 of these. Wow. 300 pins. We probably have one per map if I had to guess. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. Okay, yeah, that is my cue to do the light bit of shilling during the first hour. If you guys like this content and hadn't considered doing so yet, please subscribe on YouTube or follow on Twitch. Those are free, easy methods to help the platform or help the channel grow. You get 5 sweet emotes for doing this on Twitch. Oh yeah, I'm gonna drop down there. Or I'm gonna have a problem. Okay. Like this. And also, please consider joining the Discord. I believe that brings us up to 9. Check mark that. Do we have 9? We do have 9. Also, additionally, you know, outside of that, we do have a commercial break. That little alert you heard was the 5-minute warning for commercials. I run 3 minutes of them on Twitch. You know, I recommend using an ad blocker. That's just going to save you a lot of time. But, you know, if you want to cut out the wait, there are options to do this baked into Twitch. More importantly, I always structure my ad breaks so that, you know, it's not necessary for folks to do this. Once the 3-minute timer is up, and this, you know, it will transition to a new screen as that happens, you know, I'll come back and we can pick up where we left off in terms of the gaming. Just like the alert says. I'm just gonna grab a few of these. There we go. Same deal. Run right on back to that shrine, and now we get the next one. I'm gonna get these nice and early so that we don't have to keep we don't have to go back here except to, like, you know, turn in or make crystal charges that we want to make or whatever. We need 100 of those bad boys to even think about boosting our battery. There's going to be a lot more grinding involved, and I'm pretty sure you guys aren't going to want to see that. Like, again. There we go. It's set into the track. Let's set the next one, which is like over here. I'm gonna head right on over to it. Actually, we should probably set a few of these so I have like a general direction of what to do next. Probably, it looks like it's actually here on the temple. Okay. And then we got some of these. This one is like here. This one is like here, probably at the top of this tree. Then we have this one between these like 3 trees. And then we have that one there, which looks like it's on top of another tree. Yeah, we can see it's literally right here. Okay, we got some pins set. Let's get to work. Oh, this is so much fun. I am going to enjoy doing this. But that said, oh, what the heck? Oh, I'm just angled weird. Oh, we could control this with our feet. Anyways, see you guys after the ad break. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. Hopefully we got something we wanted out of the commercial break. Is it this button? It is this button. Let's get right back to it. Hey there, Mr. Sizzling Seal. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you are doing well, good sir, in both body and mind. If you guys don't know who Mr. Sizzling Seal is, you should definitely check out his content. He has been streaming, not as of recently from what he's told me, but he has been streaming. He does variety content like I do, in as many different places as I do, and more. Please go check out his channel and stuff. Okay, Sizzling Seal, I'm gonna ask this as a genuine question. Are you sure? I want a genuine, honest answer. Because you've said this quite a few times now, and I don't want to make you uncomfortable, but at the same time, like, this is sort of... It's definitely much a product of the streaming landscape. You don't just not shout people out. And, of course, this happens at 101% sure. Okay, that's fine. Well, his username is there in chat if you want to click on it, though, in all seriousness. I will respect that. Thank you for being honest with me and saying that. I realize it took you a few times to get it across in that. Just treat me like a normal chatter. You got it. Well, then, how are you doing, good sir? How are things in your slice of terra firma? You've come in just in time. We have started the Korok collection process. Best to get this done nice and early, so that the game doesn't, like, run away with things for us to do. And we don't have to come back here to the Sky Isle unless we actually need to do so. Just gonna do that. And I also just figured out you could actually stand on the little wing devices there. I know it's kind of weird, but I don't want to look like I'm just promoting myself when coming into your stream. I mean, there are people that are way more blatant about that. But if that's how that makes you feel, then I will respect that. If you think that my promotion of you makes you feel as though, you know, you're promoting yourself, then okay. I'm respecting that. Just know that... Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I should not have done this. I should not have done this. I gotta go back. I'm gonna die if I don't get back. That was kind of a waste. Oof. Maybe don't look away from the screen while I'm gliding. Especially with low stamina, that's a bad pastime. You just come here for the chillin' and the chatting. Yes, sir. I hear you on that. I just want you to know that the shoutouts were not... I shout people out even if they're not here. You know, I just don't I don't do the usual firebot thing if people aren't here. That's all. I promise it's not out of malice or bad faith or whatever, but I will respect your wishes. I think that's important. Same goes for anyone else too. You know, this... you know, if you guys don't want me to shout you out, you know, please say that. You know, please don't, you know, leave me wondering, because my default is gonna be to shout you out. Okay, yeah, this is actually really neat. You can kind of, like, firmly control where the device is going. I actually didn't think you could do this. No worries. I told some of my streamer friends too. You tell them not to shout out the channel. I'm sorry it took as long as it did for me to, like, get it. That must have been a point of exasperation for you. But moving back to, like, the general chat here. Yeah, if you guys are content creators yourselves and you don't want me to shout you out, just let me know. Because if you say nothing, I am, in fact, probably going to keep shouting you out. Okay, it's definitely over here. Yeah, I'm falling in the right place. Good, good. There we go. Things in my slice of terra firma could be a lot better. Like getting to that question, because I don't ask people questions I don't answer myself. My slice of terra firma, you know, outside of geopolitical unrest and turmoil, is fine. The air conditioning tech is supposed to be coming out tomorrow. I have to figure out when I'm streaming for that, but because I can't be streaming during my normal hours tomorrow, because I need to be present the entire time to help the tech run air conditioning unit tests and things like that. So I have to figure out if I'm streaming tomorrow morning or tomorrow evening. I'm leaning toward tomorrow evening, my time, because my eyeballs are throbbing just a little bit. I can feel them wanting to pop out of the socket, specifically my right one. My goodness. But I'm open to either. Maybe I should start putting in the eye drops, eh? Sizzling Seal says on Twitch, I know that's like a thing for small streamers, and when I do get a shout out, I don't mind it. Right, no, but you've made your wish clear. You were honest when I asked you about it. I wish I would have taken you at your word the first time, but if I'm being honest, I kind of figured it's like the typical, aw, you don't have to, but thanks. I didn't realize perhaps that there was genuine discomfort there. I should have just taken you at face value the first time. We wouldn't be having this conversation if I had just listened. Sorry. Nope, that's it. Not gonna rationalize the rest. Should have just listened the first time. Would not be having this conversation if I had done that. I have a bad habit of that. I can't tell sometimes when people are making a genuine request versus okay, where is this? Is this like here or above somewhere and I missed the mark? No, I did not check mark that. Oh no, you're not uncomfortable. You don't it's all good. Don't have to say sorry. Yeah, I'm just, you know, I'm trying to be courteous where being courteous is due. That's all. And did we get 9 or 10 of these? Still 9. Okay. Okay, so we're looking for a flower trail somewhere. I bet it's probably around here. I just have to find it. Yeah, we've gotten into a little more of the boring part of the stream today. Where is this? I hope the flower trail isn't like underground and we have to go above ground, and that would be wild. I bet it's like up here, and I need if I could just find it. Oh, I'm one over. That's what's going on. No, don't know if I missed or forgot. Are there more Korok seeds in this game? Yes, there are 1,000. I have updated the counter accordingly. I can demonstrate that real quick. So I've updated it. Oh, hello. That is still on cooldown. So I've updated it with a new maximum and everything. Yeah, there are 100 more, and more importantly, Mr. Sizzling Seal, as you no doubt probably remember, 1, 2, and we know about the third map, the underground, that'll be coming up after we get done with getting all the ones in the sky. Let me go back over to sky. Oh, wow, the mini-map will actually stay on the layer you set it to. That's really cool. That can be confusing if you don't, like, set the mini-map correct, but... Oh my god, this is gonna be longer than Breath of the Wild? Yes, sir. Let's see. Here are some things that Mr. NK told me that I should be worried about. 1. Fairy armor upgrades cost money. So, like, unlocking the fountains already costs money. Now each piece costs money to upgrade. That's thing number 1. Number 2, there are Zonai devices. So not only do we have to go find the dispensers where we can like buy these. And this little icon here is a device dispenser. We have to, going back to my inventory, where is it? It is under materials. We have to kill constructs or other enemies that to get monster parts, feed them into a dispenser to get more of these devices for various purposes. We have to upgrade our battery. How do we do that? We need to get 100 of these. How do we get 100 of these? We need to mine zonite ore. That's this stuff. And most of it's in the chasm. It's not even on the surface. And we did get some on the sky isle, but that's we've been told that will deplete over time. So we cannot rely on going to the sky isle to continue to get more ore. It's gonna be in the chasm. And the chasm has a mechanic called gloom that will deplete your health really rapidly, from what I've been told. That's just 3 of the new things. In addition, we still have the particulars of the weapon system, where before we kind of just found weapons, now we have to fuse weapons. So in the midst of finding sticks and other things, we need to take our materials and turn them into weapons as well. So we're constantly spending materials where perhaps I wouldn't want to spend them just to maintain our arsenal, because metal weapons don't work. They've been Baldur's Gate 1'd, my fine friend. And if you remember, if you've played Baldur's Gate 1, if you haven't, that's also fine. I'm still going to explain. Baldur's Gate 1, there's a curse that's been placed by Baal, the god Baal, or like the omnipotent power of Baal, on pretty much the entirety of the Sword Coast. And for a while, the weapons would rust. Like, you couldn't actually use a metal weapon for long. So the weapons that were there were in constantly short supply. It's why in Baldur's Gate 1, you would constantly find weapons on enemies, and you would just have to keep replacing them over and over and over. Yeah, that's why. It's because there was a rusting curse placed on the ore. The ore, everybody. I want to point that out. The minerals in the earth itself are very brittle and of poor quality, so you can't even smelt them into weapons and armor. Like, most people in that game wore leather and used sticks or monster weapons, whatever they could find. Or they used magic. Like, magic was a really hot commodity in that game very specifically for those reasons. Sizzling Seals says, it sounds fun. It does. And then also goes on to say, I did play it, but didn't finish it. I'm in the same boat. I've played enough of Baldur's Gate 1 to know, well, like the first opening act of the game, and I've watched a bit more from a YouTuber whose name is Kikoskia. He's an English content creator. Sorry, he is a British content creator, because English can mean different things. I'm pretty sure he's British. He's got the voice for it and everything. He's also a book author, but he has played Baldur's Gate 1 a bit on his channel. There's like a playlist with all the Baldur's Gate games on it, other than 3, if I recall correctly. And he goes over the mechanics in great detail. So you got the weapon system where we have to make our own weapons all the time. We got to do the same thing with bows and arrows. Like we'll find bows and arrows, but we can spend materials to charge our arrows with effects. So for example, there's this fire fruit that's new. You can cook it and get a new type of buff out of it called attack up when the weather is hot, aka when the temperature is high, or you can tip your arrows with these and it'll set things on fire. There are no fire arrows here. We have to make them. So there are going to be a ton of these. It's really cool, but I'm willing to bet that we're going to need these for an armor upgrade at some point. So yeah, there were 68 episodes, not counting the bonus videos I have yet to make. There should definitely at least be 100 episodes of this game. Welcome back, Starnim. And hey there, Masood the Man. You'll have to tell me if I've said that correctly. Welcome on in. Good to see both of you. Hopefully you both Starnim and Masood the Man, are doing well. In both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Masood, assuming, again, I've said this correctly, what is your level of familiarity with Tears of the Kingdom, if and you don't mind my asking? Have you beaten the game? Are you working on beating the game? Are you working on full completion? Like, I try to ask this of the audience so that I have a level of familiarity with discussing things in this game. Starnum said they beat Ganon, and then Masood is familiar. Oh, there's a whole bunch of people. And yes, we are multi-streaming on Twitch and YouTube. So Twitch, YouTube, if you want to talk to each other, feel free. Cross-platform conversations get tricky, but I mean, you guys can either figure that out or consolidate on one platform or what have you. Your choice. Masood says, I'm done with the whole game. Nice. And I can't find. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. I'll ask you the same thing I asked Masood. What's your level of familiarity with Tears of the Kingdom? Are you new to the game? Have you beaten the game in its entirety? You working on beating the game? Let's return to like getting some Koroks. I can be quite the chatterbox when it comes to this game. You have 100%ed the game. Nice. Oh, yep, there's another one. It's at the top of the tree, ain't it? Oh, never mind. No, it's just in there. Now, for those that are wondering how I'm finding Korok seeds, I am using a guide to help me with this. For you guys on YouTube, since there are new people coming this way, I've put together some resources for everybody, assuming I've spelled that correctly. Oh, did I put it on Twitch, didn't I? Yeah, I sure did. There we go. For you guys on Twitch, you just replace that star with an exclamation mark, and you can get the same resource for yourselves. But I'm using this to help me find the Koroks, because I cannot be arsed to lift every rock to find them all. I still take issue with that. I had the same issue with Breath of the Wild. I did not like, 200, 300 like Koroks worth of just constantly you know, constantly lifting up random rocks. So I used a map for that. Hey there, good boy Ryan. Welcome on YouTube. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Thank you for the flattery. Much appreciated. I'll ask you what I asked the other folks. What is your level of familiarity with Breath or Tears of the Kingdom? Excuse me. Sorry, I've had 6 months of saying Breath of the Wild over and over, so I get very good at that. But yeah, have you, like, beaten the game? Not, are you new to the game? Fully completed said game. Good boy Ryan, I believe we are back, says that they've beaten it 5 times. That's awesome. Also, while I'm here, let's increment that. Got to go sleep, Coin. Have a good rest of your stream. Thank you so much for stopping by, Sizzling Seal on Twitch. Much appreciated. Go get your well-deserved rest, good sir. And with that, you know, my lovely senator, have a good rest of your day, and I hope to see you back sooner rather than later. Oh my goodness, everybody is coming in. Hey there, Bear Type on YouTube. Welcome back, good sir. How are you doing? How are you doing this fine day? Both in body and in mind. And I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come into a full chat room today, Bear Type. There are quite a few people hanging out in here. Lots of fresh faces today. Sorry you haven't been here. No worries, Bear Type. That's life. Sometimes you just... Oops. Hold on, let me... Really? Oh, is that like too high up? Alright. Probably on Twitch? No, the fresh faces are on YouTube today, good sir. Twitch is like a little bit, a bit barren at the moment, which is totally fine. It's why I multi-stream, so that, you know, I have 2 platforms to reach out to. That is not what I need to be doing. Let me not do that. This feels like such a cheat code. Do you follow a route because it's your first play? Yes, I do. Bear Type, I'm glad you asked that. If you type in, I'll demonstrate it, but you can also type in star, TotK path. I'll type that for demonstration. It'll take just a second, but I do have a path. I looked that up ahead of time so that I knew kind of where I was going. There is an intended path, so I'm gonna take it. But, you know, we're also getting Korok seeds and doing like 15 other things that this game wants us to do. Okay, that is clearly not where this is. This is the way you wanted to do the beast as well. Oh, like with Breath of the Wild? Oh, not beasts anymore. Yeah, the temples, right? I know bits and snippets of this game. Through the Roof. 463, 1528, negative 881, 34. 881. Well, that would be back over here. Right? No, that coordinate is going down. You did the wind temple a bit ago. How'd you find it? How was the temple and dungeon design, Bear Type? Well, you know, without getting super spoilery, did you enjoy it? Did it feel like it was appropriate for the time that you found it in the game? Or was it too easy, too hard? Stuff like that. I'm real curious because it gives me a chance to kind of gauge how I might experience things for myself. Like, I'm a Breath of the Wild veteran and everything, but... Okay, so this is like the spot here, but I get the feeling it's underneath the roof. Yeah, I feel like it's under the roof somewhere. Like if I look. So negative 880. Hold on, let me make sure I'm not missing things. Bear type says, honestly, it's really good. It took me a second to find out exactly what to do. But after that, it's pretty easy. I understood. Go to Hyrule Sanctum. It's safe there. By Hyrule Sanctum, do you mean, and that's like an earnest question, good boy Ryan. Do you mean, like Lookout Landing, over here? Or do you mean another spot? Just so I know what we're talking about here. Bear type says the fight, it's also not like the fights in Breath of the Wild. Yeah, where we kind of had like very limited powers. These feel more, how do I word this? Okay, maybe it's down a little bit further. It might be like up here even. Okay, we're running out of rooftop. You can get the champion leathers there at the Sanctum. Is the Sanctum here on one of these sky islands, or is it down on the surface? While I'm thinking about it. I'm sorry, I'm trying to pinpoint this Korok, and I'm not having a great time with that. Coordinates, 463, 1528, Hyrule Castle Sanctum. Okay, so that's the surface then. So mine, I'll try to go there after I'm done with the Koroks in the sky. I want to get that done first. That way I don't have to come back here to the Sky Island unless I, you know, need to make charge. Need to make Zonai charges or something. Hashtag not sponsored by the Georgia Bulldogs. Bear type on YouTube says the good thing is that unlike Breath of the Wild, kind of don't know, I don't know anything about Tears of the Kingdom dungeons, so it was kind of more of a better experience. I don't know what powers there even is. I don't intend to tell you. You're gonna see some as we play. Wait, oh, is it literally like up here? Is it like early up on the roof or what? Game, we've run out of roof. I just want to tell you that video game, we have run out of roof. Where else could it be? Is it like literally here? Is it under here? Like, here are all the same coordinates, but obviously the altitude is different. Oh, 463, negative 881. Well, that would be like here. It's like very exactly here. Oh, you know the Korok here? I would... Are you serious? I just found it. Wow. Okay. I didn't... Now that's a new twist on the Korok platforms. I'm gonna have to make sure I'm looking up, everybody. Let me go ahead and mark that off on the map and increment the counter. We do have 11 of these. We have 11 of these. Yeah, I saw it when you started playing before you even got that power. Makes sense. I do, out of all the powers, I have to say I really like Ascend. It is proving to be my favorite power. Because we have like a facsimile of one of the other ones in Breath of the Wild. And, you know, bombs don't exist in their native form between the two games. We have to find another means of generating explosions in Tears of the Kingdom. So the powers we get are... I feel like I'm cheating. I know I've said that before, but I think it really is worth repeating on. Ascend feels so much like cheating. I wish I had that in Breath of the Wild. I felt like I felt like Ascend would fit in with the whole personal mobility thing rather than what this game is trying to do, where you need to build your modes of transport. I streamed it too, so you can see my reaction to it. Sure, I'll have to check out that specific one then. I take it it's the first episode of your playlist. Would that be correct, Mr. Bear Type? Let me also make sure I've looked through it. Also, the funny thing is, when you finish the dungeon, you forgot to get the heart, and you just painfully watch the cutscene. The cutscene afterwards to get back there to get it. Nope, you did a couple of Tears of the Kingdom streams before. Right, I'm asking if you remember which one of those you obtained the Ascend power in, because you talked about your reaction to it, right? The fact that you got that power. I'm saying, was it in your first Tears of the Kingdom stream or a different one? I have to remember. I have to use the L button to, like, direct the radial. Oh, no, you meant the heart thing of the dungeon. Okay, we're definitely talking about two different things, but that's fine. So the heart in the dungeon is a separate instance from having gotten Ascend. Makes sense. Oh, you only streamed Tears of the Kingdom after getting off of the Sky Island? Interesting. Oh, I'm trying to zoom in on this. I don't want to be doing that. I want to be going over here. All right. Over here, right on the tip. If I may be so bold as to ask, Mr. Bear Type, do you have, like, a particular reason why you did that? I can't imagine that people would... Okay, let's get this aligned. Right over here. Did you just want to get through the tutorial before you started streaming? Was streaming not a thought in your mind yet, or was it something else? Okay, is this... Hold on, I need to look and make sure I'm doing this right. Okay, it's on this bottom structure. Ah, it is a metal cube manipulation. Good. Oh, this one's much better. I'm gonna enjoy these. I don't really know why, but there are a couple reasons, and you're too lazy to write. That is totally valid, Bear Type. I was just curious if there were reasons. Welcome back, Starnim. Was away a little bit, no problem. Sigma Male on YouTube, welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind. Hope you enjoy your stay. We are getting a lot of fresh faces on YouTube today. Well, welcome on in, everybody. Sigma Male, if you don't mind my asking, what's your level of familiarity with Tears of the Kingdom? Have you beaten the game? Played the game in some capacity? Or, you know, are you new to the game, kind of like how I'm new to the game? I just started playing like 3 or 4 days ago. I'm familiar with Breath of the Wild. I did do a full completion of that game, but Tears of the Kingdom is a fresh experience for me. Thank you, Starnim. Much appreciated. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about all the things going on today. Sigma Male on YouTube says, I've beaten the game 3 times and done a few challenge runs. Ah. Speed runs? Or other kinds of challenge runs, like I know for like Souls-like games, typically challenge running is like a hitless challenge, but speed runs are also fairly common. But sometimes content creators in that space will do what is called a game bingo card, where they have to complete the things on the bingo card and then beat the game. So that's also a type of challenge run. So would it be bingo cards or speed runs or something else? I'm curious. Like, this is probably the bigger game to do a challenge run with. Let me go ahead and tick that off under on my map here. Okay. Yeah, keeping track of this stuff is definitely helpful. Let's go ahead and tick up the incrementer there. So pretty familiar with it. Sigma Male on YouTube says, just started a new save 3 days ago, and you have, you think, 3 sages? You're also doing a Yiga only run. So like beat the game with certain equipment, right? I think that's what that is. And Bear Type asks, Coin, why did you make the Korok green? I was following the color scheme of the game. I can demonstrate this real quick. I have, my assets are pretty much made with the green color scheme in mind. For those that have been here with when I was doing Breath of the Wild, I followed a blue color scheme. This time I made it green, and I fiddled around with the OBS shader extensions to get things to glow and pulsate. I kind of went with basic as opposed to fancy. Honestly, the glowing text is probably the fanciest thing here. I should really adjust the text of the chat box because it's white on a bright background, but I'm going to have to figure that out. And that's a streamer thing. I hope that answers your question, Bear Type. Sigma Male says, I usually do runs, new heart, stamina, or, okay, so it's a conditional challenge run. Makes sense. Starnum says, cool. Yiga only seems pretty hard, Bear Type says. I can imagine the Yiga have, like, very select things they can use. Sigma Male says, I'm missing Riju because I'm prepared to do Queen Gibdo. Low in elemental items. Yeah, I suppose that would be a concern. Nice to know there are Gibdos, would make sense. Bear Type says, like the Yiga people in Breath of the Wild, that fight, you know, the ones that come out of nowhere. No, you're correct, Bear Type. That is the Yiga clan. That is very much correct. Same Yiga clan, so that would be things like sickles or the armor or, you know, the bows they shoot and so on. Sigma Male on YouTube says, I need to be careful. Okay, I'm gonna wait. Of course they would. Yeah, of course they would pick that time to fly through. That's mean, video game. You just go to the travelers, see their Yiga, then take the weapons. Nice. And then Sigma Male goes on to say they're playing Master Mode Breath of the Wild right now. How are you finding the Master Mode version of Breath of the Wild? Enjoyable? Not enjoyable? Meh? And if you, you know, do you intend on doing the DLC with it? I can't imagine Trials of the Sword being particularly nice. Particularly nice on Master Mode, and that's putting it really, really lightly. What the heck is this? What? I think I found our next one, but what the heck am I doing here? Catch the seed. If the NPC doesn't have a name, it's a Yiga clan member. Yup. That trick I picked up on that little detail I picked up on in Breath of the Wild pretty easily. It was one of the more nice nice little bits of attention to detail in Breath of the Wild. It was nice that if a traveler was being mysterious and something about their dialogue just felt off, you could probably pick up on the fact that it's a Giga Clan member. However, the lack of a name, I think, made it slightly too easy to tell, in my personal opinion. Sigma Male says they've been playing on YouTube, says they've been playing it for like a year on the same save. Nice. You got like 20 shrines left and all the divine beasts done. Yeah, some of them are a real doozy to find. Good luck with that. And then they go on to say, yeah, for real, Trial of the Sword is like, hey, I'm gonna kill you the second you spawn in. I wonder if I gotta cut this. It really is that simple. Are the shrines different in Master Mode? I don't think so. Not in terms of like the puzzles shouldn't change in Master Mode. I think the only thing that would change would be like enemies do more damage. Right, exactly. Like what Sigma Male was just saying. Enemies do more damage. You know, there might be a different tier of enemy in the shrine than what you're used to, and so on. Okay, what's the deal with this one? Puzzle block. Oh, I found it. I found the place, but I think this one's in a cave. Okay, let's not torch a whole bunch of boxes. Yeah, it makes sense, like in the test of strength. Yeah, precisely. Master and Sigma Male goes on to say, basically Master Mode is hard in the beginning, but easy late game. Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that particular sentiment as well, where... Okay, I need to, like... I don't want to grab this. I need to fuse it. What do I get out of this? Does the weapon have like a different name? A stone halberd. That's weird. Starnin on YouTube says you're going. Have fun with playing, and I appreciate you. Thank you so much for stopping by, Starnim. I hope to see you back sooner rather than later. Have a good rest, and I'll see you later, my lovely senator. Sigma Male on YouTube goes on to say, the Lionel on the Great Plateau got me so hard. LOL. Yeah, isn't that like a white one to start with? I'm like whistle sprinting to the old man's house to get the warm doublet, and I get sniped by the Lionel on the Great Plateau. Okay, that's not what's going on here. There's something else. Okay, let me take a look at where this is more precisely. 630, 1554, negative 1531. Okay, I'm going to go back to that spot up top and see what the discrepancy in coordinates is. I wonder if it's like another one of those dive in through the platform with ascend and get it. That might be what's happening here. By the way, you recommend trying out Tears of the Kingdom second quest? Really fun? Ooh, that's a mod, right? Because I know there's Breath of the Wild Second Wind. There's also Dark Army Resurrection, and there's another one. That was among the list of options that people could vote on for the next game we were playing. It was not strictly a guarantee that Tears of the Kingdom was going to be my choice after beating Breath of the Wild. This is probably a good time to talk about this. I'm going to go ahead and link the Discord. Challenge mode, master mode, Tears of the Kingdom. Okay, that's all that meant. Very well. You know, I can always put that up in the list of options and everything. But we vote on things on this Discord server. And it's my personal Discord server. I've been cultivating it with people, you know, a handful at a time, basically. We have places to post pictures. We've got places to talk about the game, places to put in suggestions. And if you're subscribed on Twitch or you're a Coffee Patreon member and you're part of the Discord, you do get early access to the thumbnails as well. There's a litany of Discord-derived benefits. But next month, I'm going to put up the vote for the next game to be played. It's going to be a nice long-term item. It's going to last for many months. You guys will have many chances to like change your votes around and so forth. And that's the only place the voting happens is on the Discord. So if you guys want to be part of that, I recommend joining. But I'm not here to tell anyone what to do. Only recommend that people do or don't do things. It adds Gold Lizalfos, Boss Bokoblins, and Lionels. Also, armor and sword parrying. I make sure I've read the correct chat, so I haven't lost something. Okay. So it puts that stuff in the sky, I assume is what that means. Is that correct? Okay, so I believe I'm in the correct spot on this map. What are our coordinates? 634. Okay, I'm a little bit off. Negative 15. Negative 1531. We're at negative 1529. And then 1500. Okay, so there's like... It's 50 up. No, like enemy camps get upgraded to master mode. Okay. So this reads like a mod to me. Is that something you can find on like Game Banana? Because I know Game Banana is a website that hosts a lot of mods for Nintendo stuff. That's usually where you'll find it. I know because I shopped around for Smash Ultimate mods at one point. Though, to be honest, I'm very scared to like mod switches right now. Because we all know about the Switch 2, brick command, but I'm really worried about bricking this Switch, because I cannot easily replace it if that happens. And something as simple as using a faulty charger or whatever, or an off-brand charger can cause the switches to come bricked. That's a thing I'm really scared about. It also adds new fuses and other cool things. Gotcha. I will let me write that down. Where is a lovely pen? I have one lying around here. I'm getting to be a little older, and that means I gotta write stuff down. I tend to forget if I don't do that. Consider TotK master mode mod. Okay, I'll make sure I've added that to the docket on vote items. Don't recommend, but pretty sure you can pirate and add mods. Yeah, I mean, like, I've got the legitimate copies of both games. Like, that's not a concern. The thing that I would be concerned about is, what the bricking code can and can't detect. Pirating can get you in trouble right now. Yeah, I've had friends in my real life circles say, sail the high seas, brother. As long as game companies are being this vitriolic and this consumer hostile, pirating is fair game, especially old games you can't get anymore. And I'm like, the high seas are also laden with surveillance cameras. That's the converse. Yeah, sure, yay piracy, pretends to wave the blue or green flag. But also surveillance is higher than it ever has been in the history of planet Earth. So even me just talking about it could land me in hot water. You never really know. But also, if you want to do Dark Army Resurrection in Breath of the Wild, that'll also be going back on the voting menu, among other things. I guess you guys are basically the ship drivers. If you guys want me to play, focus more on Legend of Zelda stuff, and that's what the votes show, that's what I'll listen to. Dark Souls, but Breath of the Wild. Yup. And Breath of the Wild was already the Dark Souls of the Legend of Zelda franchise. It's already considered the hardest game, so making it an actual Souls-like is absolutely wild. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. Also, Subnautica, my sibling has said that as well. I'll also put that there. That said, if you want to leave all those lovely suggestions in a place where I'm more likely to remember them, consider joining the Discord server. I have a literal channel in there called Content Suggestions, and people have put things in there like Baldur's Gate 3 or Breath of the Wild or a couple of other items. What you guys heard was my 5-minute warning for the advertisement alerts. We take commercial breaks here on this channel. They're basically spaced out 1 hour, 1 hour apart, 3 minutes long, so I can get up and stretch, keep the DVT away. That is also my cue, since it is the second hour of the stream, to get the major shilling out of the way. You guys being here is more than enough for me, but if you do feel like being financially supportive, I have plenty of avenues for people to do this. On the Twitch side, I have the donations panel in the About Me section, as well as the baked-in Twitch features. For you guys on YouTube, I'm going to recommend Patreon or Coffee. Also in the link tree in the description. For $1 a month, you basically get 85 to 90% of the same benefits as the folks on Twitch. The only thing you miss out on is, the emotes. That's really about it. But for the most part, these are identical and cost way less money, I might add. If I could charge $1 or $3 or $5 like I do on Patreon and Coffee, I'd do it everywhere. But I can't. So, gotta work with what you got. Also, for those of you that have Amazon Prime, consider, making a Twitch account and use your free Prime Gaming sub. You get most of the same privileges, you just don't get the advertising breaks. Sorry, that's a Twitch thing, not a me thing. I believe I have condensed the shilling to about 2 minutes. Let me go and read all of the chat here. Or Grounded. I've heard about that game. My sibling might know more about that. Basically tiny in backyard with scary boys. I'll consider it. I'll probably write down some of this later so I don't forget. Hello, Mr. Fernandez. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. Oh, hold on. Okay, I'm going to address YouTube first and then move back over to Mr. NK. Which controller is better? DualSense or Joy-Con 2? Write me, please. I don't have Wi-Fi. Sigma Mail says, gonna bounce. Subscribed. You subscribed. Thank you. I'm not sure why my alerts aren't working on this. I did have them set up on my OBS, but thank you. Good. Much obliged. Thank you so much for stopping by. It was good to see you. And hopefully, I hope to see you sooner rather than later on that. Mr. NK, I am doing just fine. Thank you so much for coming in, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind. Hope you enjoy your stay. Tears of the Kingdom is going well. Thank you so much for asking. We are in the midst of Korok collection. That's what we're in the process of doing now when the advertising alerts all kicked in. How are things going with you? And as I say this, the advertising break is going to come in real soon, so I will definitely read your reply after the commercial break is finished. Just wanted to make sure I spat all that out before the screen came up and everything. It's not here. I can look up this particular one while we're on break, actually. Oh, right. I forget we're like a whole minute behind. I have to remember to look at the real world clock, because that's what this is all based on, is the real world clock. We're actually a minute over in discrepancy. But see you guys after the break. Sorry about that, folks. I just had to go pull out a couple of supplies for dinner tonight. I'm at the house by myself. So I gotta cook dinner, gotta do dishes, I gotta exist while my folks are out of town. So, sorry for being late. Hopefully we got everything we wanted on a commercial break, or at least something we wanted during the commercial break. That's it. All the shilling is over. So now when I'll just explain the advertising break, a little bit. And that'll kind of be my extent of explaining how things work with that. Me talking about subscribing or, tossing money at me. That's done now. I don't like doing that. I don't know. Nobody really likes hearing that either, but that's the game we play when we're making content on these platforms. Also, I figured out where this is. We need to go to the freezing river. It's like down there, basically. Drop down. Here we are. Just had to poke around a bit and look at it. See, this is what I kind of thought this should be. There we go. We just slot this in. I said we just slot this in. It's nice to see the physics engine is as gnarly as it ever has been. Okay, we've gotten that particular one. And we also got that one earlier as well. Okay, I never marked that. Is that all the ones that were on the map? No, there's one more. That one is up here, so we might as well go back to this shrine. I know that's on the top level, so all we have to do is make it over to the stone structure. Where is the next one? I think we've basically got one half of the island all finished. So now it's just the other half of the island. Let's go ahead and put some marks down so we can go right to these. This one is here. This one is over here. This one is... Can't tell what that is. Follow the river trail. 1, 2... Okay, it's over here, and it looks like it may be on this island there. And then we have one more over here. Yep, this exact spot. Wow, this map, I'm loving the Tears of the Kingdom map. I gotta say that, like, being able to being able to like zoom in, put in more pins, more stamps, like the game is just bigger in every conceivable way. It's just fantastic. Let me go ahead and increment that. Also, let me recenter the Korok counter because it's a little bit off center now that we have 2 digits. We'll have to do that again when it gets to be 3 and 4 digits long. 1,000 of these things, man. It baffles the mind that there are 1,000 of these split between 3 maps. Oh, it's nice to have a second for my voice to kind of rest, even with drink. Even with plenty of drink, my voice can and does get tired. Let's swap to Ascent. I'm pretty sure it's up at the top of this tree. Yep, and it's probably right here. We can just pick this one up. It's fine. Although Ultra Hand does make these kinds of puzzles less tedious. It's nice to be able to pick up any, like, marked object with Ultra Hand. Like, I wish there were, like, I wish there were a non-organic form of magnesis in Breath of the Wild, but, I mean, we're in the new game now. I should stop referring to the old one quite so much. We've gotten that. We're gonna go back and we're gonna fly to the other half of the map. Oh, it feels good to get these, like, initial Koroks done and out of the way. I'm gonna go ahead and mark this. Where did we go? It's like, oh, nope, that is the other hole. It's through here. No, don't attach that. Although I do find it curious that you can attach multiple of these. I don't think it works. I'm curious enough to try, but I don't think it works. Okay, we're just gonna stand on these. It's interesting that you can actually just turn these with your feet. Just gonna tip down. We're just gonna dive down. It's probably inside this big tree here. Yeah, it sure is. We need to burn the bush. I think we'll have 19 of these coming out of here if I look at the map and size things up accordingly. Oh, did I miss one? I missed a Korok. There's one. Oh, we already got it. That's what's going on. We already got that particular Korok. Let's mark that one off of the map. Okay, what do we have now? Just those three? Looks like it's just those three once I mark this one. Yep. I wonder if people are going to ask me to make the Korok torture machine. I certainly don't think so. The Koroks might be annoying, but it's not their fault they were placed there. Nah, it's not, fam. It's not their fault. It's Nintendo's fault. Which, I wonder how the game development companies feel. Were they all basically kowtowed? Are they basically just kowtowing the line, or do they actually earnestly believe that what Nintendo was doing is, you know, okay to do? Like I'm really worried that is in fact the case. Oh, where are you? You're over here? I will take all of these charges because they will help us with the devices that we have to get out of the dispensers later. I guess the bigger difference is that the Sheikah, you know, now that I'm thinking on it, I guess it kind of makes sense. Things are the way they are in Breath of the Wild because the Sheikah abandoned their technology, whereas Zonai, it's very clearly still around. You just... Ooh, what are you doing? What I've just... Okay, yep, I gotcha. Yes, we know about it. We know. We don't need... You don't need extra assistance. all that for some arrows. But I guess more importantly, we can ascend through this and end up somewhere at the top of this structure. No! Don't do that. Really? Oh, there was a spot right there. There we go. I just had to find it. It's definitely at the top of this tree. What's that? Oh, that's a bird. That's another one down. Okay, and now we have this one. Yeah, because there's that one. Yeah, it's in this pond here. Ooh, how are we gonna get across? I think we might have to build a raft, everybody. Yeah, I think that's exactly what we're gonna have to do. Wow, 5 hits for that. Okay, so the horns definitely aren't as effective as cutting wood as, say, other weapons. Like, we need to specifically make a stone axe if we want to do that. That's got to be just like some sharp stone and a short wooden stick. Just gonna go and build this like so. Really only need two of these particular objects. And that should be enough to stick a fan on. Down into the water. And then let's drop the Zonai device. Not in water. I bet it'll short circuit in water. Oh, do we need a second one? Now, let's actually attach this like so. No. Well, that just happened. We do have some stamina food. All right, Link, get up there. Thank you. Okay. Well, that's one task taken out. Ooh, let's replace our stone axe. I don't want that to break on us before we're ready. I guess I could, like, you know, go up a more traditional way, but I don't see that as necessary. Also, I'm pretty sure we could just use ascend and pop up through here. That's much better. Okay, who saw me? Come here. Give me all your parts. I need all of them. Okay. Who else do we have lying in wait here? Ah, you're up there. Do. Ah, that's one less opal we have to mine later. Hopefully. Okay, we've got it. These are some pretty long distances. Like, I guess it, you know, even though we've talked about the game's maps being like, you know, bigger, I guess the size doesn't really like set in until, you know, you start having to walk it. And like, not just walk it following a goal or some bit of story, but just walk it to do one minor little thing, right? Then the game's size really, you know, is impressed upon you. This is what it would feel like if I were, you know, gonna walk the world of, you know, Warcraft, you know, in Azeroth. That's like a really big deal. It's that rock there. Guaranteed. Guaranteed we're just lifting a rock. Yep, what did I say? Rock. And now for this one. Go ahead and mark that. Mark these off the map. I'm just gonna make sure. Did I like teleport to that shrine and then never go back up? No, I did. I did. I even approached it from the underbelly. Yeah, that's right. I did do that. Okay. Let me mark this one. And that one. And so now we got this one back here to work on. I see you, Mr. Korok. Okay, that is all of the Koroks at the Sky Island. Bye-bye. I'll say bye-bye. What do we use the most of with our devices? I think we use the most fans. Was one of the game options a mid... Oh, a mod for Breath of the Wild? 3 of them were. Actually, I take that back. 4 of them were. Give me 1 second, Mr. NK, because I have the vote. I have the vote item archived, but I could tell you exactly which ones, exactly which options there were. I archive all of that stuff so it doesn't bloat up the votes channel. It keeps everything clean. Okay, so all the options, there were Relics of the Past, Dark Army Resurrection, or Second Wind, or a combo mod of all of either 2 or 3 of those. You were asking because how would you mod the Switch? I would probably have looked up how to mod the Switch. That would have been what I did, because I've got the legitimate games. I don't want to have to go on an emulator if I don't have to. That puts like a huge target on my back. Also, I did not update the counter. I'm pretty sure we have 19 of those. Yep, there we go. But I'm glad that's not a current debacle I have to think about. I'll put it that way. But I definitely would have learned how to mod my Switch. And I would have had that modded before. Because that vote was out like months and months and months ago. So I definitely would have modded it ahead of time. But it's nice that you guys did choose Tears of the Kingdom. Keeps Nintendo off my back and keeps me from having a bricked console. Welcome back, Sigma Male. Good to see you again. You've come in at the halfway mark between the second and the third hour. We just wrapped up finishing the 19 Korok seeds that are in the section of sky that we had identified. What on earth is what is this pin? Is that just like that's like a sensor buoy in that area? NK Plays on Twitch was asking because there's no way to mod the Switch currently. Ooh, that would have been an interesting that would have been an interesting problem then. I would have gotten a late start figuring out how to do that, only to find there's no way to do that. I guess I would have to whip out an emulator and figure out how to rip the Switch cartridge onto a computer. That would have been real fun to figure out. Or I would have had to actually buy Tears of the Kingdom, because while I have this is a legitimate game that I have, you know, my sibling and I share this, so while I have it, you know, my sibling can't play it. So I would have had to actually buy my own copy just for ripping purposes. That would have been awful. You're trying to do that? Good luck. I Googled it and I thought I saw some methods for it. Mr. NK, what I'm gonna do, because I looked into it briefly, I'll pull you up the Reddit article that I found later today. Like I'll whisper you on Discord and everything, and I'll share what I found with you about that, because I know there was like a kind of a convoluted way. You basically would be installing Homebrew on your Switch to do that, from my understanding, because that's how a lot of the other modded randomized titles work, is that if you're running it directly on your Switch, you've got like a Homebrew thing set up. I will send you what resources I have found about that. Moving back over to YouTube, Sigma Male says you're playing Tears of the Kingdom currently. Awesome. Sigma Male, are you in the grinding mindset of the game, or are you progressing towards something out of curiosity? NK Play says on Twitch says they don't want to download ROMs. Yeah, piracy puts a really big target on your back. Don't do that. Or, well, I'm not going to tell you what to do, but you shouldn't do that. Sigma Male on YouTube says grind. Probably Zonite ore, right? Or some other resource you need thousands of. What the heck?
Oh.
Wow, Arito and aviator gear. I can't say I'm surprised. NK Play says you only download ROMs of games that you actually own. That's fair. I certainly don't take offense to that, But I know for Nintendo, they don't give a rat's a tail about the discrepancy there. They don't. So you're smart not to put a target on your back more than necessary. Hearts and stamina. Sigma Male on YouTube says, so a vitality grind makes sense. Yeah, I suppose we'll get to the part of the game where we can improve our stamina and hearts. We've not gotten there yet on the playthrough. Well, look at this. You're the one I saw flying around the sky. It's great to meet the first one to ever be launched from a Skyview tower, a real historic moment. Hey, what's your name? Link, you say. Hold on there. Really? Your name is Link? Hey, buddy. You've got the same name as that famous swordsman. Ha, good for you. Pretty big name to live up to, though. I am that swordsman. I'm Penn, by the way. I work for the Lucky Clover Gazette. I'm writing an article about this event so folks everywhere will know about the Skyview Towers being activated. I better get to work. Our newspaper is short on staff, so I've had to flap all over the place to cover the news. Hey, we could use another reporter. You should join us. Seem like a brave type and all. That's what it takes.
Oh.
Our newspaper is based in Heber to the northwest. You'll find it near the bridge that leads to Rito Village. Stop by if you're up for the adventure of a lifetime in the newspaper biz. Until then... What? What? What did he say? I'm gonna have to go back and listen to that later. Soar long. I'm sorry, I got a little bit of a stun lock there from whatever that voice clip or like sound bite in the game just was. Sigma Male on YouTube says, Boss Bokoblin bombarding me right now. LOL. Yeah, those guys are a handful, and I've only beaten one of them so far. Yeah, good luck to you. NK Plays on Twitch says, if I'm gonna grind tears, I will either grind energy cells for the Zonai devices or hearts and stamina, because you can now have 40 hearts and 4 wheels of stamina. Wow, they really were just like, Nintendo would be like, how can I make this game longer and pad out the playtime? I know. I'll just make number go up. More. Insert meme of Kylo Ren repeatedly saying more on loop. That's what I'm thinking of right now with that. Just that. I need like a Rolodex of like memes or something so I can have them on reference. Put them as a pop-up on the screen. Assign it to a hotkey and everything. 152 shrines total for the grind. Ooh, well, we're in it for the long haul, everybody. In case people aren't aware of what my goal is with this game, because we've had a few fresh faces today. Hi, my name is Coin. I play action, adventure, and RPG titles across 2 different platforms. That's mainly what I do. It's my bread and butter. And we fully complete games, or do our best to fully complete games anyway. You know, see all the sights, absorb as much dialogue as humanly possible, get all the upgrades, get all the poop joke references. Sorry, I had a Korok seed stuck at the back of my throat. Anyway, you know, unlock as many things as possible. And even toward the end, Mr. NK was there for that section of the LP. You know, look at the cutting room floor stuff. It wasn't that interesting with Breath of the Wild because, you know, a lot of the cutting room floor for that game got folded into Tears of the Kingdom. But I like to go into the cutting room floor on games that we've beaten on the channel to kind of like really take a deep dive into the game, not just play the game, beat the game, but know the game and know the devs behind the game and so on. I like to do all that stuff. I've got a little bit more of a system for this now, as opposed to with even in the Still Rising Lies of P era of the channel, I still didn't really have a good idea of what fully exploring the games meant. And now I have a better basis of reference. I hope everybody will come to enjoy the deep dives that we do end up doing with this game. I'm nowhere near as good as Chugga Conroy is at doing that, but for a live stream format, I think looking through the cutting room floor is like a good approximation of that. It just doesn't include like the bonus interviews and things. Maybe I can include that at the end where we look at some of the articles that were written about the devs that have, you know, talked about their time developing this game and so on. Like maybe we can add that to the list of things we do at the end. Okay, can we... So we get launched up. Does this let us go into the sky or like what? I believe it does. Okay, so we look back at the... I need to actually switch maps here. And I need to load the particular surface map area so I know what I'm doing. That's going to take a second for me to do that. Or actually, what I should do is base it on the tower areas. Yeah, because this is what I'm going to be referring to. So we have the central map, Hyrule map, basically ready to go. Where do we want to start? You know, let's actually start going toward the depths. I think we should take a look at that today. Just gonna... This is a nice way to move about to various points on the map. This is so nice to be able to do. The depths are fun. I can imagine. I could definitely imagine that. So we're gonna go ahead and glide out. Kind of like spacing out our glides. What? Why did I get stopped randomly right there? I have no idea. Did anyone else spot that? Where Link just kind of stopped moving for whatever reason? That's weird. I don't know if a cutscene was supposed to happen. And then, you know, me flying kind of replaced that or what? That seemed really random. Sigma Male on YouTube says depths are fun, except for the big froggy boys who chew you. Oh, that sounds like a nightmare. Are those spicy peppers? Yes. Bring me more materials. Once we've gotten enough of the map, like once we basically get the entire map unlocked, that's when I'll probably start grinding for everything. That's the way I'm gonna handle it. Until then, like, I'm gonna do the Koroks in each region, like, where I'm already doing that to, like, stay ahead of the game, and I'm gonna grind as I go, but, like, any major grinding, NK Plays and other folks who were here for Breath of the Wild are kind of familiar with how I do this. I kind of waited until we were well into the throes of cleaning up in the game to start grinding for armor sets and armor set upgrades and things, just so we all kind of are on the same sheet of music about how I do things here. The spicy meat and seafood fry, Sigma Male says, and it's still in this game. Speaking of spicy food, this is like a little window into my, you know, real life. I enjoy cooking. I don't do it often at the house because, you know, we kind of eat the same stuff over and over again. But I'm making some penne arrabbiata, or arrabbiata. Yeah, there we go. Penne arrabbiata this weekend. which is arrabbiata is Italian for angry, and angry sauce is a spicy sauce. It's a meatless dish, although you can easily throw meat into it. Ground beef works really good with it. I intend on taking a picture to show you guys, because I do post food pictures in the Discord server. So if you guys are, foodies like myself, you might get a kick of me actually making a pasta dish. Plus, I just like showing off that I can cook, because a lot of people think I can't cook. It's not true, but I have to kind of cook things I want. And also, I'm cooking stream. I don't have the camera set up for that. Also, it's not just me that lives in this house. I live with 2 other people, and they're responsible for the upkeep of the house. So I can't do those. And if I did do something like that, it would be like a recording on my phone or something like that. I don't know. Maybe when I get bigger and can have more of a setup, or I actually live by myself, then maybe I can set it up to cook. Maybe. What shrine are we in, by the way? Shape rotation. Okay. That screams Ultra Hand to me. Or we just move things. You've got great potential. I thank you for thinking so, Sigma. I thank you for thinking so. I gotta get the numbers up. You guys all know how YouTube is. You gotta play a numbers game. I see already what this wants me to do. Welcome on in, Mr. Sly. Good to see you. Thank you so much for stopping by. And, how are you doing, both in body and in mind, today? And I hope you enjoy your stay. And what's your level of experience with, Tears of the Kingdom, if and you don't mind my asking? Okay, let me... That can rest there for now. Sigma Mail says, how long you've been at it? Streaming? Going on 8 years. I'm much better at it now than I was back then. Okay, I'm gonna have to, like, get this real specific. And this is, like, all one shape. Okay. Yeah, I've been streaming a long time. Not all in one continuous segment. And I was definitely a different person when I was 25, when I more or less started, as opposed to now that I'm 33 and, I have like a different approach to how I do streams and things. Mr. Sly on YouTube says, good. I am doing just fine, Mr. Sly. Thank you so much for asking. Really appreciate that. You love Tears of the Kingdom? That's cool. Are you new to Tears of the Kingdom? Have you beaten it? Okay. What is this? Oh, is it like... It's like shorter on... Oh, no. It looks strange is what it is. But have you beaten the game? Ah, you have beaten it a few times. Gotcha. And how was the, the experience for Tears of the Kingdom? Since you love it and all, I can imagine it's a mostly rosy experience, right? Now, I fully completed Breath of the Wild. That was my previous Let's Play that we just got finished with on this channel. And I enjoyed the heck out of Breath of the Wild. Even though I bashed the full completion experience for far too many Koroks, I'm still gonna bash Tears of the Kingdom for that here. But that's like one of the only like really big detractors is just, way too many Koroks, way too many random, hard to find puzzles, and so on. The rest of the game was fine, except for maybe the final boss. I did like a parting thoughts on episode 68, where the whole of the game as a whole is good, but I feel like Dark Beast Ganon was kind of a letdown. It felt entirely rushed. At least to me. It kind of brought the experience from like a 9 to like from a 10 to like a 9 or an 8.5. Good game though. Definitely a cult classic, to say the least. Let me just rotate these around and kind of get the shape right. Like that. Yeah, that's not too difficult. Let me catch up on YouTube comments. Mr. Sly says, I like Breath of the Wild better. Fair. I have seen that opinion circulating around on the net. It feels like a more condensed game. That's totally valid. But Tears of the Kingdom is great. Sigma Male, in contrast, says they like Tears of the Kingdom more. A lot more cool enemies. Yeah, I'm gonna love bumping into the enemies. I have seen the Gibdo designs. Oh my god. I feel like I'm gonna have nightmares in my sleep with the Gibdos. They remind me of Wind Waker Gibdos, where the Wind Waker Gibdos were an unhinged design for a game back then. Sigma Male also goes on to say that they like Ocarina of Time. Mr. Sly says the stream is delayed for you. By how much? Let me type that in. Sigma Male says the typos. Yeah, twice. Yeah, I have typos when I speak in real life. I misspeak all the time. My mouth will constantly try to fuse words together. My written English is pretty good. I wrote a lot of papers when I was a college student, and more specifically, I wrote a lot of lab reports. Those are really technical papers, by the way. For those who don't know about me, you know, I share this very often. I am a former STEM major. Couldn't finish my bachelor's degree. Ran out of cash. I know. Sad. Sad, strange. I'm not looking for pity. I've accepted that it's happened. But I was hoping to go on to be a biochemistry major. What college did I attend? Augusta University. That's like in the Georgia, South Carolina two-state area. It's well renowned for its medical program. I was definitely not there for the medical program, but you know. Ooh, I bet what you do is you insert this block in there and you can climb up. Or you can literally just ascend. Cheating. Yeah, I was going in there for a biology degree with the molecular and cellular biology specialization. So my interest in the biological sciences was on a cellular level more than anything else. Enzymes, pathways for said enzymes, immune responses, things like that. I would have taken that knowledge and I would have attempted to make an organization rivaling the WHO. That's what I would have attempted to do. Of course, that's not what happened, but I think we maybe like tilt it up one more time. No. I'm trying to match the shape. I should be trying to fit it through the hole. That's what I should be doing. Depth perception, anyone? I need to take a look. What kind of shape would that look like if... Let me get the facing right. I was a biologist, not a mathematician. Although I greatly enjoy math, even though the highest level of math I ever took was pre-calc, I do quite enjoy watching math tubers on YouTube, and they talk about calculus all the time. So I know generally what differentiation is. I know what integral. I know what the goal of an integral is. I know a few things here and there. Where is this? It's like... Maybe I should try viewing it through the hole instead of some other way. And then I might be able to, like, help myself. Maybe, like, this corner side. Oh, hold on. Oh, we just... like this. That took 5 ever for me to figure out. I thought it crushed me. I thought it crushed me. And thank you so much for the subscription. I have no idea why my YouTube alert isn't working. I did set one up, but for whatever reason, streamer.bot just does not want to toggle on the correct action cues or anything. So thank you again, much appreciated. I guess what we would do is set this straight up and fit it into the gap there. Just like this. I bet speedrunners for this game are really fast at menuing inputs. Did we get the shrine? Did we get the chest? We did. Cool. Okay, I did say this in the previous episode, but I am going to skip these because I'm pretty sure the text on them is all the same. So I kept it up for the first couple of episodes, and now I don't want to bore people by hearing it over and over again. I think that can bore people a lot. Ooh, also, there's a Korok seed in, like, the immediate area. It's, like, back here. I hope there was no, I hope nobody got hurt. I heard a police car behind me with the sirens on. So that was more or less what I was hearing. I hope people are safe. I'm gonna go ahead and increment that. All right, here are the tents. I feel awful. Hey, traveler, I'd stay away from that stuff if you care about your health. Folks are calling it gloom. If you get any on you, you'll start losing your strength, like it's sapping your life away. I touched some gloom while poking around in the depths, and now look at me. The worst of it will recover on its own, little by little, so long as you're on the surface. But while you're in the depths, you won't recover at all. I thought I was going to die down there. Some investigation leader I turned out to be. This is just pitiful. I'm completely relying on Davos, so I really want to recover by noon. I might as well talk to folks. Hey there, you're a bit late, Oh, you're not a member of the monster control crew. Nice face you've got there. Sorry, we just formed, so I'm not overly familiar with everyone's faces. Oh. As we speak, Squad 1 of the monster control crew, led by Hoz, is carrying out a mission nearby. Ah. If you go south on that road, you can see them in action. They're assaulting a monster stronghold. I'm just here for logistical support, tending to the horses, making elixirs. Come to think of it, I did make some extra elixir. Why don't you take some? might come in handy during your travels. I literally just killed that stronghold. Oh my god. It's in the area I haven't lit a tower for yet. Candidly, I'm a little worried about this mission. The new members didn't get much in the way of training. I wish someone with experience fighting monsters was there to help out. Let's see. Yeah, look, it's like near the tower. The stronghold is literally right next to it. I'm gonna not put a pin there yet, though. Got too many things to do. So many things. Oh my goodness. Please, find the adventure log. I already read everything on this. And we already read the profiles. I do like reading the text in the games as well. It makes the exploration of them a little bit more complete.
Ooh.
Sorry, I'm a little preoccupied to deal with travelers right now. That's what you are, right? A traveler? Hi, I'm Link. It isn't safe here. Captain Hoz's squad of the monster control crew is going to engage the monsters around here soon. I bet you by now they're already locked in combat with the monsters at the lair to the south. I'm not going to stop if you want to go watch the sparks fly, but at least take some precautions first. How about I take your blade? Destroy fused material. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. Oh, goodness. Okay. So sorry about that. I didn't mean to stretch and get audible on camera. Hey there, OnMal. Welcome back. On Twitch. Welcome back. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well in health and in spirit. And I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in at the right time. We're getting ready to jump into the chasm or do the quest for the chasm. I debated putting that in another episode, but quite honestly, I think doing it here is fine. You've come in right after the 5-minute warning for advertisements has kicked in. How are things with you? If you don't mind my asking. We're just gonna drop that, pick that up.
Ooh.
All the equipment you see here is well maintained and combat ready, but the monster control crew has a lot of amateurs who never really learned how to swing a sword. They say they're more comfortable with their farm tools, so they left all my nice and shiny gear behind. From what I've seen, you'd be better suited to use this stuff than that bunch. Take it with my blessing and give the monsters one for me, alright? Let us fuse that to this. Yay! We revitalized the fused part by putting it on the other way. Taking out monsters south of here by the Hyrule Garrison ruins. Captain Hoz, Monster Control Crew, Squad 1. OnMount is doing awesome. Just found out about your talent of one-color drawing. Ooh, one-color drawing. So, like tracing something in with stencil or, you know, hand drawing and then filling it in with a single color? Drawing with a crayon or something else? I'm just curious. I'm a little bit uncertain about what color drawing means. I know what each of the words means, but I'm curious about what that exactly entails. Hi there, welcome to Rolling Pastures. What a wide open, ma'am. There is literally a chasm behind you that is not open. That is in fact a prairie with a hole in it. But okay. The horses around here look so carefree as they graze and gallop. You know how to capture a horse, right? You sneak up on them very, very quietly from behind, and that's it. Now, how about sampling some of Hiteno Village's finest?
Ooh.
Cheese, butter, eggs, tomatoes. Oh, this is how it begins, is it? Basically working with shades of the same color, just like with a pencil, except you use a pen. Ah, okay, that makes sense. if you feel up to sharing, you can always put that in the picture gallery on our Discord server. Or not. I don't want to compel you to do anything. Just, and I'm sure there would be folks that would be curious to see it. And I'm sure it's a good drawing. That said, I do hope that you like what you're drawing. You know, that you're not, or like it's a practice drawing or something, and you're not, drawing for pay or anything else. That's kind of an awful way. Well, not an awful way to live, but doing things to get paid does kind of take the joy out of them, I find, in some capacity. I'm good. I don't have any money. No money today. Do I talk to you? Is this going to be a whole thing? Or what? It's so fun. You drew 13 portraits in 2 days? That is awesome. That is awesome. I hope there are many more portraits and many other fun drawings to come. I would talk here, but I am anticipating the commercial break to come up in just a few moments. We're about a minute off from the real world clock today, so I don't want to like engage in too many things until after that break has happened. Speaking of which, see you guys after the break. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. Hopefully we all got something we wanted out of the commercial break. It is the last commercial break of the day, so we've got 57 minutes left together. Let's try to make it some good ones, eh? Now, we were just about to jump into this chasm when we saw someone peering down like, ahead. Whoa! Hey, what's the big idea? You can't just walk up behind someone who's standing on the edge of a chasm? I sure can. I just did. My colleague who works with me on the Zonai survey team is down there. What would happen if I slipped and fell on him, huh?
Oh?
You could calm it down. Don't startle me again. I'm very busy with my investigation, no matter how much I'd prefer to be in bed right now. You gonna talk? I told you, don't go walking up behind someone standing on the edge of a chasm. And I call it, right, you've already said that.
Oh?
Fine, fine. Oh, hang on a second. I've got a scared Labrador. I think I heard some thunder outside. Hi, Midnight. Come on, baby girl. Come in under the desk. Come on, girls, under the desk. See, I have not just one, but two dogs that want to be in dark places with, oh, poor baby girls. I got 3 dogs, 2 dachshunds and a black lab, and, they get very spooked when there's thunderstorms outside, both of them. Go on, Midnight, you can't be here. Okay, you can be here. You can be here. I would rather you be here. Oh, the whole family. I wish I could pan the camera, but that's dangerous to do, so I'm not going to. You guys gonna get under the desk? Is that what's gonna happen? Go on, then. Sorry about that, everyone, but my pets and family do come first. Are you getting back under the desk or what? What, Midnight? You gotta pick. You gotta pick, hon. Or are you gonna sit? Are you gonna sit over there? Oh boy, gotta keep an eye on the pets, or they leave you gifts and other things when they're scared. You gonna get under my desk or what? Go on, Midnight, get under the desk. It's okay. Take all the precautions you need. Thank you, much appreciated. Thanks for the latitude. I think we're good to keep going. How far did Robbie go?
Ah.
Are you Link? Pleasure to meet you. I am Ponic from the Zonai survey team. Robbie told me you are to guide him once you arrive. Midnight, are you getting between here or what, hon? Take your pick. Go on. Go on, it's okay. Get right here. Didn't mean to push on your chest, hon. Go on. Oh, nope. Stay right there, then. So my black lab is quaking like I don't know, like glass would during an earthquake. She is spooked out of her mind. Sorry, baby girl. You gonna get right there? Are you getting under the desk? What you doing? Robbie told me to guide you to him once he arrived. But he rushed along with such haste that I didn't bring enough bright bloom seeds, and now I've run out. So I lost sight of him.
Ah.
I thought he was taking a short walk to that glowing area over there. Then he just kept going. And going. And last I saw him, he was heading out way out there off to the west. Do you have any bright bloom seeds with you? I do.
Ah.
Oh, that's great news. Light from the surface doesn't reach down here, as you might have noticed. You'd be risking your life to wander here without a light source, you know. You can easily get bright bloom seeds from caves, and they'll light up if struck. So they're pretty easy to use, too. We use the seeds all the time on the Zonai survey team. The simplest way is to throw them with your hand.
Oh.
Those of us skilled enough with a bow will attach them to arrows and fire them off into the distance out here. Or down here, excuse me.
Ah.
If you're going to explore the depths, take plenty of those seeds with you. Anyone else down here, or is it just you? I think it might just be you. Alright, so let's demonstrate that. Hold on. Let me not have a weapon equipped so I can demonstrate this. As soon as I can find it. Toss that way out there. And there we bloody well go. Are those gloom fairies? Deep firefly. A multi-winged insect that lives in the depths. It excretes luminescent elements that can be cooked into an elixir, which will add a faint glow to anyone who consumes it. Interesting. Yeah, we might as well collect a bunch of these. Get every little bit of them you can. There's probably going to be an armor set that, like, requires these. Muddlebud. Oh, we're just finding all kinds of new stuff today. A wildflower with a powerful odor that can disorient and confuse, making it difficult to tell friend from foe. Lots of plant items. Well, now we're going to take that same thing and we're going to light that particular pathway up and keep going. Nisoij light root. Is this kind of like the... Is this kind of like activating a sky tower? Or is this going to be something different altogether? I think that's what this is, though. I'm pretty sure the whole place just started lighting up. Yup, it's the light root. The light root dispel the darkness and brighten the surrounding area. Interesting. Okay, and we even have Midnight Pun. It's okay. It's okay, baby girl. I'm sorry there's a thunderstorm out. Poor thing. I might have to end the stream early because she is panting like crazy. Hon, it's okay. Just get under the desk. What do we have out here? Books? Hey, you. It's really dark down here. Not one bit of light gets here from the surface. Even with my goggles, I can hardly see. I really should have brought some bright bloom seeds with me. As one of the few sources of light, the glowing root growing down from above has piqued my curiosity. I'm not sure what it is, but it looks harmless enough. This place is roughly under the shrine on the surface. Anyway, I'm off to the glowing root I see shining west of here, so you better hurry up and get moving. Ah, okay. On Twitch says the light roots and shrines are in the XZ coordinates. Makes sense. So maybe it's more like the shrines grew from the light roots. Perhaps there's a lot more like organic growth type things happening this game, as opposed to Breath of the Wild, where everything felt synthetic and, you know, placed by hand. Here it's more natural and perhaps even vibrant. And the names of the shrines are the reverse of the light root that's under it. Okay, so this is Nisoij and Geosin. Yeah, it's backwards. That's really cool. That's a really small detail. Thank you for pointing that out, Onmount. I never would have noticed. I would have thought that was just another name. I might could have picked up on the fact that they're spelled backwards, but not like the specific, not the specific that they're in the exact, you know, same positions. That, of course, means any other shrines we find definitely have an analog in the depths here. Hey, you, still alive? Looks like this place is swimming in gloom. Get too close to that stuff and you're asking for trouble. If the guy didn't have any bright blooms, it'd be curtains. Then again, it's my first time down here and I haven't kicked the bucket, so I'm sure you'll be fine. I've just spotted something of interest through my goggles. It's shaped like that figure Joshua wants us to find. I'll be continuing to head west toward one of the glowing routes I see ahead. See you soon. And whatever we find in the depths, we can use to kind of like... We can kind of like use that to find the approximation on the surface. That's really cool. Out west? Hold on. Well, if the book is here, out west would be out there. So, okay. Makes sense. Oh, what game is this giving me vibes from? Oh my goodness. I'm having trouble on the name. I really am. We're gonna shoot that out there. Ah, yes, I see it. That's the glowing light root right there. Huh. I mean, it feels Minecraft-esque, but I know that's not correct. Like with the different biomes and things. You think the terrain and the color scheme is also reversed? That's certainly very interesting. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. What do we have here? Ooh, oh, and they shoot gloom. These are like gloom creatures. Oh, that's not good. Like red is the opposite of green on the color wheel? Yeah. Wow, that's like a... This is also strange. It's very cool. I like this. I was about to see, did you actually throw your friends over there? A basic bokoblin bow made of wood. It's made by taking any tree branch and just tying a string to either end. So don't expect much in the way of combat effectiveness. Okay, that is gone. Swap to something else that's durable. Moblin horn, a hard horn that resulted from a skull mutation. Attach it to a weapon to increase its attack power, or cook it with a critter to make an elixir. Interesting. Large zonite. We're just finding all kinds of stuff down here. Zonite of especially high purity. The amount of energy concentrated in it allows for much higher power output than regular zonite. We could probably get more devices out of the dispenser or convert it more directly into energy charges and so on. I think I have found what we are gonna be doing later on. We're gonna be farming zonite like it is no one's business in here. And there are lots of bombs here. Oh my goodness. Yeah, everywhere is pick up material. Pick up a material. Go do something else. Pick up a material. It's immediately useful in the next area. Can I say overload yet? There's just so many new things all at once. It's kind of hard to describe. You know, the game just, like, from Breath of the Wild, this feels like 2.5 times the amount of stuff compared to Breath of the Wild, which is fine, right? It's fine. Like, that does mean it's a much bigger game, but oh no. Okay, yep. That happened. Keep me the heck away from you. The Coblin arm. Oh, are bones gonna be like the weapon of choice now? A skeletal arm that keeps moving even after it's severed from its body. It's kind of gross to strap it to your back, but it'll do in a pinch. It's old and fragile, so it's quick to break. I probably don't want that then, but it is nice to see it, I suppose. Yeah, I'm grabbing everything not nailed down. Just gotta be careful. I'm willing to bet just putting a foot in that is problematic. Oh, is that a flying monster? What the heck is that? Is that a Gleeok? That's the only thing I could think of that's that large, because it's not, it's not Case. Those are the only real flyers we had outside of, like, Wizrobes. That definitely feels like a Gleeok thing, type of thing. Now, I'm just kind of making my way toward this light route. Also, let's, okay, I do have the objective set. Good. But it's back there. Oh, I definitely feel like I'm going, not quite in the correct direction for this quest. I do not want to do that. Wow, they're just... we're going to be spending many hours in this game, my senators and inductees. Aerocuda. Interesting. So I thought that was a Gleeok. Apparently, they've either been given a new name, or we're going to find Gleeoks later. One of those things is happening. Aerocuda wing. A large, wide Aerocuda wing. Arrows and thrown weapons fly farther with this item attached, even in a slight wind. And an Aerocuda eyeball. This eyeball is constantly trying to focus on its targets. Cook it with a critter to make an elixir, or attach it to an arrow to grant a homing quality to the arrow. Okay. Back to lighting the way forward. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be in commentary stun lock, but this is just I'm feeling very engrossed, which is hard for a Zelda game to make me feel engrossed. Like, I got engrossed with Breath of the Wild, but this is just like on a whole different level. It's like a supremely different level. We'll watch this cutscene a few times. Sure. Oh, Gleeoks are in this game, alright. I bet they're terrifying. if like the really giant version of one in Twilight Princess was anything to go by. Insanely hard. Oh, I bet they're like the way you say that on Mal makes me think they're like the aerial equivalent of a Lionel. You know, the aerial equivalent of a Lionel. Lionels were kind of hard in Breath of the Wild. I can't imagine how much harder they are now. Robbie, bud, the thing you're doing is very dangerous. You should stop. What? Look at how bright that thing got. That light down in this dark is downright refreshing. In fact, it's so luminous, it's almost like we're on the surface. Sigma Male on YouTube says, no, they are hard. Good. For those of you that don't know, or like you've just come in today, or maybe yesterday, I am also an on-again, off-again Elden Ring challenge runner. As well as like a Soulsborne challenge runner in general. I've done that many times in the past. One of the first things I ever did, back when I was streaming with nothing but a console connection, and my good old trusty Xbox, was a Dark Souls 3, like whip only challenge run. Did I finish? No, but like I was having fun with that. Hard combat is like my bread and butter. I love that sort of thing. So if, of course I was a much younger man then and had more reflexes, but, if my history if my history I've just shared with people is anything to go by, where I've gotten within 16 hits of, completing Dark Souls 3, dark spells only, hitless, or coming really close to actually finishing my first fire spells only Elden Ring Reforged Deathless run. If that's anything to go by, a Gleeok is going to be in my wheelhouse. Just standing near it makes me feel so much better. How strange. Hey, it's you. You're finally here. I swear, Robbie, you need to start using your eyeballs more and them goggles less. I need to show you what I found. This statue. It's standing tall on two legs, one arm raised high. It looks an awful lot like the figure Joshua showed us on that piece of slate, don't you think? All right, get that camera of yours. It's time to put it to work. That's right. I forgot you hadn't used the camera when we last spoke. Very curious indeed, given it's one of the Purah pad's basic features. Give me that Purah pad for a second, all right? Well, there's the problem. Your camera is locked. And so is your Hyrule compendium. Hang on. If I remember correctly, you press this while you pull this, and then you tap that, and... Yup. It was locked. It checks out, honestly. We didn't get the camera right away either. Capture images using the Purah pad. You can then save them to the album. How many slots do we get? Boom. Now you should be able to use both the camera and your Hyrule compendium. So, go capture a picture of that statue. This is a good chance to verify it's working properly, too. Test it out. Experience is the best teacher, after all. Once you've captured the image, come back here. I'll want to see how it looks. Let me get the... Let me get like a front-facing picture on that. Hey, you. I have a name. Use it. Hey, you. Come over here. Anyone who's played The Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion and has gone to the Shivering Isles will kind of know what I'm referencing there. If you captured an image of that statue with your camera, then hurry up and show me. I like to see how it looks. Yes, yes, you impatient little man. So, did you get a good picture? You just asked me. We've gone from over-tutorialization in Nintendo titles to you asked me the question you just asked me 5 seconds ago. Nintendo likes to repeat themselves a lot, I've noticed. Stupendous. Looks like you've captured it well. I'm sure Joshua will be satisfied with this. Lighting up that immense root, getting us a picture of the statue. You've just started helping us research what's down here, but soon enough we're going to have even more to investigate. Well then, it's time I head back up to the surface. See you at Lookout Landing. Don't make Joshua wait too long for that picture. Can't you literally snap a picture with your goggles? Why not put that on your goggles there, Mr. Robbie? You're such a tech genius. You took a picture of the statue and Robbie said it captured the mysterious figure well. Yeah. I gotcha. Let's travel to the lookout point. So that's opened up 2 more regions of Koroks to get as well. So the next couple of episodes are definitely going to be spent collecting Korok seeds. Again, I want to do it as we go because there are 1,000 of these puppies split between 3 maps. And, sorry, Midnight. I almost ran over your paw there, hon. She's taken to splooting right in front of my, chair. Splooting is the, act of a dog lying on its belly and spreading its hind legs out. It takes the pressure off of their joints, among other things, and it exposes more of their belly to things like cold floors if they're hot. Stuff like that. Hey, you! Show Joshua the picture you took of the statue. The figure matches up pretty well, and it looks darn cool, too. I don't know if I want to be calling, like, statues of the imprisonment cool. This is it. This does match what's on the fragment.
Yeah.
Thank you, swordsman. Just like on the slate, this figure must be showing people of some sort, whoever they were. Which confirms my theory, that people lived in the depths. I'm sure we'll find more traces of them if we keep searching. This is a big discovery. Now, what's next? The possibilities. There's so much more to research. Oh, but before I focus on that, there's something I want to give you as thanks for helping with this stage of my investigation. Is it the Zonite ore? Is it the Zonite ore? Is it the Zonite ore? I can see it over there. Sorry, I'm being a little bit annoying.
Oh, give it a rest.
Yeah, I was being annoying. Sorry. Our earlier surveys of the depths found all of this. What do you think it's for? What? I feel as if these contain some kind of strange power. Like maybe it's the energy for something. Midnight? What's going on, hun? You getting ready to vomit? Is that what's going on? Anyway, they might help you in your search for Princess Zelda, so hopefully you find them useful. Okay, let me turn my attention to this, to chat here before I forget. Hey there, Razby. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind today, and I hope you enjoy your stay. How are things with you in your slice of terra firma, if and you don't mind my asking? And thank you again for your coffee membership. That's awesome. I already have your the top listed name in bold on there, it is the username, so you don't have to worry about, oh, people are accidentally flashing my real world name on there. And so on. But how are things with you? That fragment has helped us see the depths in a new way. Now we're closer to understanding one of its mysteries. I'm going to sift through everything that our surveys have brought back from down there. Maybe there are even more fragments that I can piece together. Goggles, swordsman. Joshua, for the last time, this man has a name. His name is Robert. Robbie, use it. Thanks for putting you on the list. You're welcome, good sir. Thank you for your contribution. Kind of a hard day. Don't want to talk about it? No problem. If you don't want to talk about it, that is perfectly reasonable. In this case, I hope to make the remaining 25 minutes of your day just a little bit better. Also, I would prefer if you didn't ask me specifically for how your day is. You promise you'll bring it up when you feel like it by yourself? Okay. I'll work on that. It's almost a standard procedure for me. But you said it. You made the request. I will work on that. I had another chap come in and ask me not to do something. It took me a few times to get it. So thank you for working with me on that. Swordsman, thank you so much for going to investigate the depths for me. You're welcome. Great job getting that picture of the figure that Joshua was looking for. She was pretty happy to see that statue, and I was thrilled to show you how to use that camera. Inspired even. All good, thank you. The Purah pad has even more potential functions, you know. Listen up, big update here. Your Purah pad can be equipped with a sensor that detects shrines. Come on, act more impressed. Oh my god. Robbie, you know, they really did. Oh my goodness. This dude is so angry over wanting basic recognition. I guess nobody treats him seriously, and that's why he's like that. You know what they say? Small people tend to be feisty, tend to have feisty personalities. As a small person who's like 5'2", 5'3", or like 160 something centimeters. For those that use metric, I'm small. I'm tiny. In the dating pool, people would call me child, invisible. You know, not to be seen, weeded out of the dating pool, whatever fits your fancy. But us short people have to have a feisty personality to make up for the fact that people already have to look down at us, A, and B, gloss right past us when we're talking. Heightism is more real than you think. Raspy Set goes on to say on Twitch, he decided to give that coffee sub since while $5 in America is a lot less than in Romania, the symbolic meaning is worth it. I appreciate that. I am going to try to get back on making content for Coffee and Patreon sometime this week. I've really kind of just shut down on that for a while to like kind of I reaffirmed or reconfirm my footing in my personal life. I feel like I'm ready to take on something else. I feel like the deficit in streaming features has been covered mostly. I don't have to pay so much attention to it. Raspy then goes on to say, oh yeah, I always forget your choice. I always forget that you're short. I don't know where my mind was. I feel like I merged two sentences at once there. Yeah. My dad's like 5'7". My mom's like basically 5 1/4. 5 feet and a quarter of an inch, like almost exactly 160 centimeter diagnosis, or up 160 centimeters in height. Yeah, I'm not surprised I'm short. And my dad is average at best. Or a little bit below average at best, I should say, because I think the average in the United States is like 5'8", 5'10", one of those figures. My sibling is just a little bit taller than I am. Like, we know what the meaning of short is all day. Some folks don't let us live it down. Sorry, throat's kind of getting bit parched. Raspy goes on to say, yeah, I mean, if it were my choice, I'd say you spend more time appreciating what you've already done. I've done a lot. I feel like I actually can take a second to appreciate everything I have done. My emotes are fully, like, filled out. I have one I'm gonna replace toward the end of the month. You know, when Pride Month is over. Not the animated one, but I'm going to take the one that's done with the Twitch's easy animate function, and I'm going to replace it with something I draw myself. And that'll hopefully be the last time I doll up emotes for a while. And then I can actually kind of sit back with the stream and observe, enjoy, bask in the things that I've made, and look at how far I've come. Years ago, I would never have thought about animating emotes. That never would have crossed my mind. And really, to be honest, I still don't think it would cross my mind if my skills with drawing or Photoshop didn't improve. I still think I would have been back there, not thinking about it. But I'm happy. I'm actually happy with my work. It's not perfect, but it's mine. And that makes me happy. In my personal opinion. My opinion. The one that's actually, I don't know, the most relevant opinion. Other people are free to leave their opinions, though. Standard ADHD diagonal reading. I probably have ADHD, if I'm being honest. Just the number of traits that I have with, along with all of the standard hallmarks for ADHD, I probably have it. I just had to mask it up super early as a kid, so it doesn't manifest in some of the same ways that it typically does for ADHD people. At least when I've read about it. Sorry, I better not sit and chit-chat too long. Hell yeah. I mean, it's one of the few things I can feel happy about at the moment. Anyway, enough of Robbie being stanced up. Let's get out of this dialogue box. Come on, old timer. Stop posing, start talking. I'm the first one in all of Hyrule who noticed the shrines after the upheaval, so I created a sensor to detect them. Only thing is, I can't set it up here at Lookout Landing. It'd be nearly impossible unless I'm at the Purah Research Lab in Hateno Village. Purah Research Lab? That's right. It's a lab dedicated to the enhancement of the Purah, which Purah and I developed. Once I'm in that lab, and you join me there, I can further improve your Purah, starting with the sensor. You'll find that lab in East Necluda, off in the southeast corner of Hyrule. On its far side is Hateno Village. Go a bit farther than that, and you'll see a mighty peculiar place. Don't let the looks fool you. It's a cutting-edge lab. But for now, Josh's investigations are my main priority. So until she gets further along, I'll be staying here for a while. Now that I know fragments like this one can help us see the depths in a new way, I'll be searching my collection for more. I'll let you know if that leads to a new breakthrough. Until then, you should probably focus on the investigations that Doc tasked you with, Swordsman? Swordsman. Tasked you with, Swordsman. I didn't read that right at all. Part of me wants to go back down to the depths and keep exploring, but that would only add to my Korok count. So we actually have all 3 maps now. I just want to zoom out and like bask in the expansiveness of said map. Look at all of this. There are tons of places to go. And the depths map isn't as cleanly divided as the surface and the sky maps are. We are going to be in this game for a while. Are the Zelda games controller only? If you're playing on console, yes. If you're playing through emulator, which some people do in fact do, I'm sure you can set it up to be keyboard and mouse, or perhaps there's a way, maybe on Switch 2, where let me swap over a second and I can show you guys something. Midnight. Sorry, baby girl, but if you walk in my way and my knee bonks your head, you can't be whimpering, babe. Sorry, I've got 2 dogs that are in my office right now. The storm has them super scared, so they've been hiding under the desks. They've been lying in front of the door, all that fun stuff. Let's swap to the recording for a second so I could, you might even see them on camera. These are Joy-Cons. Now, the Switch 1 Joy-Cons, I have like an off-market version of them. You see the dogs. Yeah, I've got a cute lab. Wouldn't trade her for the whole wide world. She's a rescue shelter animal that my dad and his wife picked up from the local animal shelter. She's been with us for over half a decade. She's a sweet girl. If a bit skish. The Switch 2 Joy-Cons, getting back to what I had shown off earlier, they don't look like the ones I showed you, but they do have little buttons on like the back where you can essentially set the Joy-Con flat like this. I think I'm kind of... Let me swap back to this for a second so I could more easily show it. And you essentially use the triggers as mouse buttons. Maybe there's a way to play Breath of the Wild using, or Tears of the Kingdom, or Breath of the Wild for that matter, or even Echoes of Wisdom. Oh, sorry, I was taking my meds. So, do you have a mouse? Not one for the Switch 1. There is no console periphery with a mouse for Switch 1. Switch 2 had, like, it's built into the Joy-Cons, and you use the triggers as, like, the left and right mouse buttons. But I don't know how that would work with Tears of the Kingdom or Breath of the Wild. So as far as, like, consoles are concerned, I'll say it varies. If you're on emulator, then you may be able to set it up to work with mouse and keyboard controls. I don't quite know how that would work, but anyone that's, playing through emulation might be able to help you with that further. Or there might be a video that shows that. Rasby goes on Twitch goes on to say, but you were just imagining how it is to play an open world game without a mouse or a keyboard, or without a mouse. It's a different experience. I suppose it isn't that bad since many people like this. It is a fun game. I wouldn't recommend getting it on Switch 2. That's all. Not that my console is immune to being bricked by remote control from the Nintendo offices. Like, if I have to install a mod on the Switch, I gotta take it offline. so it doesn't brick. You're not interested in playing, you were just curious? Fair. Fair. You really like moving a lot, and not being able to use a mouse initially sounds like a big turnoff. That's fair. So maybe the idea was more like a VR version of this type of game. I don't know if that exists, because that would be like the ultimate in terms of movement in gaming is, having the, what is it, the Steam Oculus or something? Like the Oculus headset. Someone might know a bit more what I'm talking about. I don't play VR. I don't touch VR. That's like a whole different setup. I've got the space to use such a thing, but VR games are not typically in my wheelhouse. Typically. So, I get to be quite the chit-chatting bug. I really have to like not do that and not move. That's going to be my downfall, I swear. Your autism works a bit differently. Everyone's autism works differently, good sir. A fact you and I know all too well. But you go on to say you essentially don't stim much. Well, then you would say the stimming is through moving fast with your actions. So being able to move quickly and stuff. Makes sense. Wait, we never did do that shrine. I have 10 minutes roughly, so I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna head north and go deal with that shrine, and that should cover today's stream activities. And then we'll start, hello, Purah. Hiya, Linky. Popping by to make an appearance? Welcome back, NK. I don't see any visible injuries, so you must be holding up okay out there. Have you made any progress on investigating the 4 regions like I've asked? There's another village that might yield more answers. So I'm directing an investigation into what's gone on there. What other village? Kakariko Village. Home of the Sheikah tribe. It's off to the southeast in the Necluda region. Zonai ruins, each shaped like a ring, fell directly on top of the village. There's got to be a special reason for it. Right now, the Zonai survey team's elites are taking on an investigation. If you want to know about the Zonai, you should talk to them. If you want more info, talk to Atmos down in the shelter. He can probably point you in the right direction. He helps deploy the monster-controlled crew squads to where they're needed and has extensive geographical knowledge. He can tell you more than I can about various regions and peoples. Anyway, I can get help from the research division on this, but I'm entrusting the investigations of the 4 regions with the phenomena to you. Check it. I love that. Check it. Or however she does it. Rasby goes on to say, so moving fast makes and stimming through fast movement makes a mouse important to them. Fair. I'm trying to think of an open world game where you could use like fast mouse movement. There isn't any coming to mind for me is the problem. I could think of something like Warframe, which is like a shooter where you set the mouse movement really fast, but it's more of a mission. It's a mission-oriented game. It's not or like a level-based game. It's not open world at all. They have like open world sections, but it's more of a mission type game. Rasby goes on to say, man, was thinking kind of insane how big gaming is. Like, there's this Switch sphere, then esports games, MOBAs, but then there's RPGs and such. You could live your whole life without seeing even a third of it. Yeah, you kind of have to be on top of the gaming news. You have to be someone like Gathalion or Northern Lion or Lobos Jr. to get close to approximating half of the games. And that's just what they've seen like on their channels. That's irrespective of like their personal lives. Like these long-lived men that are in their 40s and have been part of the gaming space since its inception could tell you a lot more about the games they're playing or the games they have played. I am maybe 8 years behind them and couldn't give you even a third or a quarter. Raspy says they're not really looking for a game. Fair. We just kind of brought it up in conversation and all. You go on to say, that's a lot of stuff. Makes me feel a bit left out because you really just don't have the interest. That's totally fair.
Oh,
Wow, you scared me. What are you doing in a place like this? Oh, we've already talked to you. Yeah, no. I hate fruit flies and gnats. Ugh. See one flying around that's annoying the absolute living daylights out of me. Let's just walk on through. I mean, that's totally fine that you don't have that interest. If you wish to vicariously live what that interest would have been like through another person, that's what streaming is for. You know, I get to see a bit of your world when you talk about programming or philosophy. I get to live the things that I might take like a mild passing interest in, but I wouldn't spend my time doing it. For me, that space is gaming. Like, I enjoy, you know, I enjoy living through this particular sphere. It's like my one interest that has stuck with me basically since I was a little kid. My interest in the sciences, I mean, I was always a kid who took to the sciences, but I wasn't really that interested in biology until later. You know, I was more of a med student when I was going through technical colleges. I opted out of that life when I realized how cutthroat the pharmaceuticals industry is. I hate to, like, cut things short or, like, leave, but my dogs are barking like crazy, so give me just a second to go deal with that. Thank you. Let's try that again. Sorry about that, folks. If you have pets and they start barking or making lots of loud noise, you just have to drop what you're doing to go make sure they're not barking at something dangerous or strange, or, you know, maybe they're like mewing at things. Let me catch up on chat here, and then we'll complete the shrine. Raspy says, I really want to stream the altars, but every day had stuff. Tomorrow, gonna sign for the degree project, and that'll be over. Awesome. Awesome. It'll be nice to put that particular chapter of your life behind you, right? You go on to say, I really like being a jack of all trades, having many weaker skills, as opposed to just one really strong domain. That's fair. That's fair. I don't know where I fall in that department. It's not like I focus on gaming because it's an aptitude thing. It's not like I've locked in and said this is what I'm doing with my life. It's just a really pervasive interest I have. I've had periods where I'm weak, in the interest, and other things have sort of taken over. And then I have periods like right now where my life is unstable, where this is what I turn to, etc., etc. Welcome on in, Chris the Koala. Thank you so much for stopping by. Good to see you. Sorry for not getting your message earlier. I was reading them back in order from when I stepped away from my desk. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. Hope you enjoy your stay, and hopefully you're sound in both body and mind. You ask, are you playing the Switch 2 version? No, I am playing the Switch 1. I do not have a Switch 2. I'm too broke to get a Switch 2. I do not intend to get a Switch 2. Nintendo's legal policy has basically made owning any of their future consoles that they try to prevent modifications on from being stable investment. And some of them are even now coming pre-bricked. Pre-bricked. So until Nintendo gets this little fiasco under control, I'm not even considering a Switch 2 right now. Thank you for addressing that question early on, NK. Really appreciate that. And then Chris the Koala goes on to say, thank you. Smiley face. I started TotK when it first released. Awesome. And finally getting back into it to beat it with the Switch 2 upgrade. Yeah, what does now I know the oh, I have to pair the controller again. Yeah, of course that would happen. Oh, we got a whole bunch of people coming in toward the end. That's going to make things awkward a little bit. It's very frustrating and very discouraging what Nintendo's been up to. That's totally fair. I mean, they make great consoles. They make great games. I'm sure the consoles that have been pre-ordered will make people happy. But the reports of people, you know, bricking their console over things like they used an off-market charger to charge their Switch, bricked. They used the MIG Switch cartridges instead of the standard Switch cartridges. The voltage on the charger is, you know, off spec, brick. Mod the game, brick. Put a homebrew on your Switch, brick. Get it repaired at like a GameStop or, you know, a pawn shop or something, brick. Staples punching through the screens in the package, unusable metal. $450 US of unusable metal. It's risky. It's risky. That said, I do hope the Switches that are, you know, surviving and stable, I do hope they make everyone happy. I don't wish people ill for, you know, having pre-ordered before or even during Nintendo's whole legal spiel, you know, notwithstanding notwithstanding Pal World or other legal troubles. I feel like this is the year where Nintendo has just taken their mask off. I don't think that you get a brick for a charger. There's been a couple of posts on Reddit about it. Maybe they're all faking. But if people are showing pictures of what their charger looks like or voltage reading, I'm inclined to believe those. And maybe they're just leaving out crucial details. Like, I'm inclined to believe them, but I would be ready to accept that they were faking. It's still wild that people make posts like that on the subreddits. But you could probably sue. They would say, well, just Nintendo is currently in this mode of just use our charger. Just go to a sanctioned store that we approve of to get your repairs. You know, that's what some people have been saying with like the MIG switches or whatever. Or the MIG switch cartridges, or getting repairs at like an off-market facility. Like, those people are going and talking to Nintendo customer service, and they're getting met with, well, why did you do X or Y? Instead of, okay, your Switch is broken, you know, this is the cost to repair it or replace it, stuff like that. It's not so much the, you know, the employees at the bottom, it's the management and customer support middlemen at the top that are saying these unkind things. Again, the posts confirm, like, the posts will show these things. It's sad. It's just very sad. Hey there, Danny Ramirez on YouTube. Welcome on in. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you are doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. So sorry for not getting to your message sooner. I was just kind of replying to people that had left their messages when I had to leave my desk earlier. And I got to talking about Nintendo's legally challenging times, to say the least. What is this message? Junk food near me to work with the family always comes up to me. What? I do occasionally enjoy junk food, but I'm picky. Maybe they plugged it into the computer and messed with the files. Possible. That is possible. They could have used a computer charger or like plugged it into a computer. I've done that a couple of times with my Switch 1, but only ever to charge it, and the Switch was always turned off. I typically, if I have to plug it up into like a non-standard charging dock, it's usually when I'm over at a client's house and I'm allowed to bring it over to charge it. Stuff like that. But definitely not just the charger itself. Not a standard Switch charger, no. The thing I keep seeing on the internet is, oh, the charger broke down. We have to buy a replacement. We can't order or won't order a replacement for Nintendo for whatever reason. So we get an off-market standard charger that works with a lot of different consoles, because monetarily that makes sense. And some of the people that do that have reported their Switches getting bricked. I'd be willing to look into the veracity of these reports a bit more, because I know that's going to be a common discussion going forward, is everyone's going to come here, and those that have their Switches bricked are going to vicariously live through the people that are streaming these games, or especially with the Switch 2. So I'd be happy to look into the news for everyone. Maybe even, dare I say, make a React video about it. I do have a React channel. I have a thumbnail ready for it. I just have yet to put anything on it. Mostly because I've been busy making stuff for the stream better. But maybe I'll get back. Maybe I will pick up where I left off with making recorded content with Nintendo gaming news, along with gender war stuff, because that's what I've opted to lock in on, is that. Let me sort inventory and go in here. What shrine is this? Combat training. Ah, okay, combat training. Weapons time, everybody. This shrine purifies the ancient evil. You who have entered here, heed my instruction. Use a side hop to avoid enemy attacks. This will create an opening that you can use to strike back. Oh, we found the tutorial shrine, everybody. We found the tutorial shrine. We found the Kakariko shrine on the hill again. Raspy has said, I started seeing on Twitch, I started seeing people use the word lock-in as of recently. Kind of cool how there's periods where specific random words get popular. Ah, I'm glad you said that, Mr. Raspy, because I have an overlay for this. And I use that exact word. I used a configuration of that specific word. Let me press Alt-5 here. I'll toggle the overlay manually. But now with segments like this, where I'm fighting a boss or something, I can just press a number on my keyboard, and people can now see less of me with the words that let them know, you know, hey, here's a boss fight. I'm working on one. Give me a second, and be more than happy to acknowledge. Thank you so much for the follow, by the way. I'm sure the text appeared on the screen and I missed it somewhere, but I keep follows anonymous. That way, you know, people don't feel called out. Subscription's another fanfare, different story. But I'll just manually toggle overlay in a moment. Yeah, gotta have that clear communication. And I've even paired it with a command. So you guys on Twitch definitely saw that when I pressed it, I spit out a message so people understand. How do I feel about an overlay that's like instead at the edges of the screen, like an outline appearing? Kind of like how your browser looks like it's being recorded, like a vignette or well, okay. You're talking about highlighting the border. I know what you're doing, like a stroke color. I don't know about that yet. I feel like if I toggle this, it's like clearer. Or maybe it's not clear. It's like ambiguous. Things to think about. Going back and reading over everything, NK Plays earlier said, you lost your Switch 1 official charger 2 to 3 years ago, and your Switch 1 works fine. Understandable. I don't think the issue is so much happening with Switch 1s. Not yet, anyway. The main reports I hear of people getting their Switches shut down for an off-market charger is Switch 2. At least when I remember reading the report, and, people making posts on Reddit, I believe it was Switch 2 specific. But I wouldn't be surprised if, Switch 1 started to brick after, a couple of extra patch updates. Because I had to update my Switch today, and I'm quite sure there were some terms of service that were updated in that as well. NK Plays goes on to say, saving up for VIP redemption, 7.1k amperes saved up. Awesome. You got several more months to go at least, but as long as I stream with some amount of regularity, I'm confident you could get there this year. And I really have to start rating so you guys could get more channel points for that. It is clear, but we can't see you. Oh, so the qualm is you can't see me. That's what that is, right? Raspy says, I wish VIP was given for people who stick by and that it be unpurchasable. Well, I'm trying something new. Before, I haven't had any VIPs on the channel yet, but back then, like several years ago, I kind of reserved VIP for people who really stuck by. And also our relationship was in a different spot back then, Mr. Raspy, as far as like, if that conversation takes more of a personal stint or tint to it. All that said, I'm always on the lookout for extra input. You've given me your input on the VIP status. I will at least consider that in the future. The rationale you feel like is because it disincentivizes using rewards for entertainment. I actually find that statement interesting. What do you mean by disincentivizing the rewards for entertainment? And I'm sure you're going to explain more of that, but I'm going to go ahead and lock into the combat tutorial. Just get that out of the way. Oh, but beforehand, picture. What? Oh, you won't actually... I gotta do things legitimately. Do a backflip and to avoid enemy attacks and create an opening to strike back. Give me 1 second and I'll read all of that. Timings feel a little bit different. Or maybe that's just me. You can repel an attack if you parry with your shield at just the right time. Strike back to create an opening. Build up your power and then release it to unleash a charge attack. Catch your enemies in this motion to damage them. Your mastery of these techniques has earned you access. Proceed within. Okay, let me now read all this. If you hypothetically have an asshole grind 50,000 points, somehow you wouldn't want that person to have VIP either. Well, the nice thing about VIP is that I can remove it. They don't have to I can make them earn it all over again. Or if they're enough of one, you know, they'll probably end up getting timed out or banned. Like, VIP is a privilege. It is a privilege that is earned for being here regularly and being nice. Like, don't give me a reason to revoke it, would be my response to that. And I'm sure I'll make that perfectly clear. You know, all these things I have on stream are nice things. They're quality of life things and features. I can remove them. Of course, I don't want to do that. I would be more likely to punish the individual first. But if people are being rude, I can revoke things. So don't be rude. Just don't be rude. It's that easy. It's that easy. Rasby goes on to say, like, I can save up my channel points by not using rewards or sound effects in order to get VIP faster. You have 73 points right now. 73,000 points. Points are super slow to get, generally. I hear you on that. I definitely hear you on that. I'll think about it. Right now, I haven't had anyone purchase VIP yet. And nobody's been an asshole yet. and I typically don't suffer, jerks in the first place. Again, they get banned. Especially trolls. Especially trolls. If people are trolling and they're not making it clear that they're being lighthearted about it, jettisoned out the nearest airlock. Bye. Let's see. NK on Twitch goes on to say, about the Switch 2 bricking from charges, Laranite from Reddit says no, and even if yes, they will replace your Switch or face a monster lawsuit. Nintendo has a lot of money. I agree with you. That it would make sense if they did replace it. If they should replace it, they probably would replace it. But now instead of... I want to, illustrate my point here by saying... Now instead of saying, oh, that must be a mistake. Nintendo surely wouldn't do that sort of thing. They wouldn't set up a condition to make people replace their stuff. Now I'm not sure anymore. They've ruined their image of being an upright business. Just a little bit hard-headed toward people modding their Switches or consoles and using emulators and stuff. Instead of that, instead of having that little bit of a caveat about their reputation, now it's blown open. I can't trust them. I think that's what a lot of people would ultimately say. They feel like they cannot trust Nintendo to abide by their word, and so now it needs to be litigated in court. these things have to be brought up in court. Like, they're not sure that the process will work anymore. Also, it goes without saying, but I'm going to reiterate it anyway. Tariffs applied globally make that sort of thing really hard to mount, replace. Like, it makes it really difficult. And yes, I will blame the US for this because they're the one applying a global tariff right now. That impacts Nintendo's bottom line. I feel like that plus the Pal World thing would kind of basically let them take that, that authentic reputation and throw it away along with their mask. That's what I'm gonna say here. Raspy goes on to say, also, if you burned up your... Oh, right, I already read that. I would want VIP for the very rare case where Twitch doesn't let me send my text and it requires me to change the message so it's different. Non-VIPs can't send the exact same message in a row unless there's 30 seconds in between, even if the first one wasn't sent. That's the only reason you'd want it. I also have a reason to want to not have it, to not feel above others. Well, I guess with that, I would say, because VIP status really only confers the ability to talk in environments where you otherwise kind of couldn't, like emote only mode or slow mode. It's meant to be a capstone. You said that Nintendo took off their mask. Do you think it's possible they weren't evil until, like, recently? Like that it wasn't a mask until maybe very recently? How do I word this next part? I need to think a minute. I guess that would imply I always thought Nintendo was evil. Interesting. For me, maybe what I shouldn't say is, I feel like they toughened their stance more than anything. People are, like, I'm using the jargon everyone else is using. Like, everyone else has said they've taken their mask off. For me, it would be more, I would liken their behavior more to being like excessively tough on things they didn't need to be tough on before, or like trying too hard to prevent people from tampering with their stuff, because that's ultimately what this is about, right? Like the Nintendo Switch 2 was $300 and then it became $450 when the tariff showed up. Like, literally, as soon as the 10% non-reciprocal, or the 10% reciprocal tariffs dropped, that's when the price switch happened. Maybe it was just a matter of timing or whatever. I'd have to look into it to know for 100% sure, but there's no way the price didn't change, at least in part because of the tariffs. And then as far as like legal issues are concerned, or like legal policy, Nintendo has always had a hard stance on people that use their IP. Look at the Pokemon fan games, right? The Pokemon fan games, I'm gonna go ahead and replace the wooden stick and take this. Like the people that use their IP, sure. Nintendo was heavy-handed. They're not afraid to issue DMCAs and to take people to court. They have done so before. I remember AM2R. That's a Metroid ROM hack / fan project that broke one of the rules about publishing mod ROMs / ROM hacks. You don't distribute an ISO. That's a file for like direct download. It's equivalent to someone distributing an ISO for say Tears of the Kingdom, like the ability to download and distribute the file on the internet en masse without a cartridge, without a purchase. Like, yeah, don't do that. That's fine. Nintendo can be heavy-handed. about stuff like that. But it was always limited to people who stole their IP or otherwise fiddled with the IP and made money off it in particular, which was another sin that AM2R engaged in. But now innocent people whose only crime is repairing their Switch at an off-market place or having to replace their charger and maybe having it brick through no fault of their own are now getting caught up in the crossfires of Nintendo's quest to make their consoles unmoddable, to make their games unpilferable. They have gone from being heavy-handed, if reasonable, to all of a sudden, within the year, catching innocent stray people in the crossfire. Rasby says, what I want to point out in general is I don't feel like you want to put evil people and the actual original devs in the same cauldron. Yes, so the Nintendo Switch to like mechanisms for, you know, bricking switches, that is not a dev thing. That is a Nintendo executive thing. The people at the top okayed this feature to go through. I'm gesturing with my right hand like you guys can see it. They okayed that feature to go through. The devs may not, like the people who make the consoles and like talked about updating the specs, probably don't want to do that. It's definitely a case of some people at the top being really heavy-handed, quote unquote evil, instead of people at the bottom, you know, having the same views as the people at the top. Regardless, though, that's not what the PR is going to say. The fact that innocent people are having their Switches bricked over doing nothing wrong, just replacing parts, or charging with an off-market charger, is wild. It's wild. That did not happen with any other Nintendo console ever. The bricking part is extremely upsetting, as is the EULA. All of its is upsetting. Do I sound like an NPC right now? I feel like I need to ask the direct statement. Do I sound like insert the soy jack, gray-faced NPC with a mask on, with a mask stapled to the top of their forehead? Do I look like one of those right now? If so, I guess I got something to work on. But I am very upset with Nintendo's legal policy. It did not have to be this way. I know, I spent tens of minutes talking about this, but I feel that strongly about it. Zonite sword. A Zonite sword made of Zonite. Ah, yes, the Zonite sword made of Zonite, especially for, defending the Zonai tribe, the Zonai sword. It resonates with attached Zonai devices to slightly increase its attack power. Oh, we have to take pictures of things. That's right. Let's not forget to do that. And for now, let's get out of the shrine so we can, wrap up and, finish having this conversation. While that's going on, NK Plays on Twitch says, I feel like Nintendo is focusing on fixing small issues rather than large ones. Like using mods to tamper with the Switch, sure. But a mod to to add content and have fun, those mods should not be banned. I agree. I feel like Nintendo should partner with Game Banana in the future years, or actually endorse modding. Do what FromSoft does. At the very least, if Nintendo behaved more like FromSoft, like From Software, where it's like, huh? What mods? Where? Don't be hacking into the online services to cheat. or we're gonna have to go get Sony, and Sony is gonna say, oh, yeah, you know, we're gonna make modding really hard now because you hacked into servers too many times. Like, you know, I see no evil, I hear no evil, and as long as people don't bring mods to my attention and don't talk to me about them, I will do nothing. That would be better. And that's far enough removed from the Japanese corporate stance of you know, not modding consoles and stuff, because that is a Japanese company thing. Like, ask anyone who mods hardware in Japan, they get faced with a 2 million or 5 million yen fine and like 5 years in prison. Like, that is a super steep penalty for almost no reason. This was part of legislation that passed back in 2023, by the way, like late 2023. You guys can look that up for yourselves. But I just wanted to like point that out there, that this is not like Nintendo specific. Nintendo is just catching a lot of flack for being the most recent about it. Let me go ahead and finish reading chat here. Right. I mean, to some extent, you will always fall into a stereotype no matter what. I mentioned that to like validate or check that I got it right. I had a talk earlier with a friend. They talked about the wars around Palestine and such. The Israeli-Palestine conflict, as well as the the Iranian conflict now. And I feel similarly about the topic of Nintendo. I want to focus on things you can actually impact. I can get upset and feel bad, but that doesn't do anything. But of course, your position is different. You are consuming those products. Yeah, by virtue of playing them on the platform, and I buy them. And you might regulate from it, and people can resonate with that. Rasby then goes on to say, you personally dislike ranting, or at the very least you want to focus on other stuff. But of course, this has its own drawbacks. I try not to rant, but I'm a very chatty person, as people no doubt know. My disposition is to rant. I'm also on a platform where the expectation is that if I go off on a rant, people are going to say, yeah, go off, King, or boo. It's like an entertainment metric thing. Very much an entertainment metric thing. People find that entertaining. People want to be entertained, even if it's talking about real world stuff, because that's how internet works and engagement works. It sucks, but that's the truth of it. But I don't subscribe to hamming up interactions for anything more than a bit, a joke. Promise. Being engaged with what's important to you is physically how you allow your brain to give you the resources and planning you need for it. Yup. This matters to me a lot. NK goes on to go back to their previous comment. Part of it is Nintendo itself. Yes, exactly. Most of it is the government. Literally, if the corporate attitude was different, this would not be happening. But the corporate attitude is hostile, so it is happening. And the change has to happen at the Japanese government level, because this was a change that was brought on by major gaming corporations in Japan, literally lobbying the Japanese ruling body to sign this into law. The only company that is not affected by this is like Microsoft, because that's a US company. But Microsoft has its own issues, including giving up on Xbox and like gaming as a whole. I feel like Microsoft is the company that is losing the gaming battlefront right now. And it's between Sony and Nintendo right now. Makes sense. Japan focuses a lot on the gaming sphere, but they focus on it a lot harder. Microsoft has a lot more baggage associated with it. This also brings awareness in this context. At the very least, people don't buy those products. But, you know, even 1 to 3 people not buying, or 10 wouldn't make an effective difference. Right. It's about when I rant and say, you know, maybe don't buy a Switch 2. If you've pre-ordered one, fine. It's about, you know, speaking with your wallet, denying the company money because that's the thing they understand more than anything. And if we make less money because we made a bad policy, we might think about revoking that policy and not do that anymore. There's a similar case of this happening with like D&D. So that would be Wizards of the Coast. That's the company that this is the last thing I'm going to say, and then we're going to wrap up for today. There is a huge deal about D&D. That's Dungeons and Dragons, for those that don't know. You know, having workplace issues. Wizards of the Coast had workplace issues. They were firing people en masse and literally pumping so much Magic the Gathering product out that they were treating it as a cash cow. Their CEO at the time, that was eventually like ousted and resigned later, her view was basically, their money is my money. How can I wrest that from them? Oh, we'll just saturate the market with product. And when her attitude about the client's money became public, the backlash was so severe, along with like a change in the D&D licensing agreement, which is in large part what caused this to start with, and what I described with the CEO was icing on the cake. They eventually revoked that change because there was too much reputational damage that had been done, but not before Paito. That's the company that makes the Pathfinder tabletop game. They made a new licensing agreement called ORC, O-R-C, ORC, as literal opposition to Wizards of the Coast and their attempt to control what people can and can't do with their products way more than they reasonably could have, and being greedy for money. People were literally encouraging each other not to buy subscriptions to, you know, D&D Beyond. And eventually when those subscriptions dropped, when enough of them dropped, that's when the revocation of policy happened. So I'm kind of saying the same thing here, although I'm much smaller. If I really wanted a campaign on this, I would probably make a social media account specifically for that and like push hard for people to like refund their Nintendo Switches, for people to not buy any of their games. I would go a lot harder at it. I mostly wish to make people aware of my stance on the matter and the psychological reasons that are attached with me not owning a Switch 2. Some of it is I'm dirt poor. Most of it is, even if I weren't dirt poor, I wouldn't buy one now. For that reason. Just wanted to point out, as NK said, we are over time. Yes, sir. I hear both of you gentlemen very well. Let's save so I don't have to repeat that. And let's close out. I actually feel like reading tonight. We've got a sizable audience. So for those of you on YouTube, I don't have much else to say. Thank you so much for stopping by, for all the subscriptions and stuff. Much appreciated. Of course, if you guys don't feel like rating, that's also totally cool. But I wish to give my Twitch associates their due. Support a good friend in need. Sorry, I'm switching up which port my gaming monitor is using. Assuming he is still live. Looks like he is. We're going to be rating my good associate, Mr. Monkeyfunk4D. He's a variety content creator like I am. He is playing Elden Ring Night Rain. It's a multiplayer game. It's lots of fun. And there's no legal hubbub about it. So if you guys want to see some multiplayer Elden Ring action, I suppose, that, like, definitely check him out. Here's a shout out. if you guys do feel up to participating in the raid, I do have a message here. Which one was it? It is, I believe it is this one. No, it's raid number 2. Okay, I just had to double check that. If you guys would, please copy that command. I'm going to copy the other one. We're going to give Mr. Monkey Funk our electric love and attention. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. You guys have been awesome. We will be back tomorrow, probably in the evening. I'll give you guys an update on the calendar. With that, you will be the first ones to know. But you guys have been awesome. My name is Coin. This has been another episode of The Legend of Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom. And I look forward to many more episodes of this and, you know, talking about other stuff. And with that, stay safe and take care of yourselves out there. And with that, goodbye.